Landy, it is great to see you. And today's date is Wednesday, one day before earnings. I will be on tomorrow during earnings. That will not be a paid event. And I invite you to join us for that tomorrow morning. Make sure you are subscribed and that you're getting all notifications so that you can be there for this. I don't think you want to miss our earnings and a chance to really go over some of the reasons why this stock is moving the way it is. And you'll learn because I'll be going over those items with you during the earnings call tomorrow. And of course, Moderna will be going over them and I'll be responding to those. And there's so many other things. Of course, we already know about a lot of this stuff. We've been around since the very beginning. Right now, we have 4 minutes until market open. And what I'm going to do is today what the plan is, we're actually going to give you a view. Let me go ahead and give you that view now so you can see. And this view will enable you to see play by play what I'm doing. When I go into my options chain, you could see that options chain. It's right here and it's on your screen. And you could see what plays I'm making, and I'll be telling you those plays as well. And this way here you can actually make some good choices also for yourselves if you want to use whatever input that I have. So it's telling you what I'm doing up to the moment. And so that's that. The market's going to be opening here in 3 minutes. So once we go, it's going to be like an explosion. Kaboom. Are you ready for the boom? I'm ready for the boom. How about the bang? I don't know about that bang. I just want a boom. That's all I want. I just want a boom, and a boom that never ends. And so comments on Webull are a pretty good thing. I like to be able to help people there, so a lot of you guys come from there that know me. I do other casts, but this is a matter of passion and I want to build this up. So modest to begin with for ModernaExcels, but that's fine. I'm here for each and every person, and it's not about having thousands of people, it's about winning. That's what we're doing here. And time now is 9:28, 2 more minutes until market open. And we'll go ahead and be prepario for that, huh? Are you prepario? I'm prepario. I don't know if I'm actually prepario. So is it going to go up or down right on the opening bell? I think it could do anything, my goodness. I suspect we're going to have up movement today. And we'll be going over all this stuff in the real time. And so what you're going to see me doing, I'll talk you through as I'm doing it, is you're going to see me actually stagger into today's market. I'm not going to rush in like a bat out of hell. The first thing I'm going to do today is I'm going to look at these options, these call options going out into the distance where they become a bit cheaper. Because for one thing, and we're getting ready to rock out right now, 1 minute off, 1 minute off, again, 1 minute off. So I'm going into the call options right now. I'm going to go ahead and go for this coming August 6th expiration. I'm going to go to the 410, and I'm going to go to beyond 410 because 410 I don't think is far enough. And we're going to take it out, and we're going to have to really see what these numbers begin once the market opens. And they shift around a lot. Right now it's showing that in order to get a $440 August 6th call, it expires in 3 days really, but you know, it's $268 for that contract. I mean, most people would say it's not going there, but so you see, I think differently. I think it can go there, and that these can become very profitable if depending on when the market opens and how much these 440 calls cost, because if they're a reckless purchase, if they're too much money, because they could really go sideways too, especially in these final hours. Okay, folks, 9:30. Welcome to the market. We are open. Price now is $384, and it's $385 now. So let's go ahead and get in here without wasting any extra time, because things move fast in this market. My goodness, too fast. And so let's see what we got here. 430. The price is at 387 right now. Oh my goodness, 440 for that. Oh geez, 430. We're gonna have to go back. That's too much for that. Let's go a little bit further out in the future. Let's see what we see. 450. Next up, 250 for that. This has got to be wrong. There's something wrong with this thing. Wow, that's incredible. That is honestly incredible. Okay, so we're still moving. 386. It could go anywhere right now. It could go down or it can go up. I don't really mind it too much. It could honestly do either thing. Let's go. If it's going to cost that much way out there, let's go ahead and see what a 385 costs. 1520. See, they start going up after that range. And that's the thing. These are very hot options because of what's been going on. It's going down to 381 right now. We're not in the market yet. We are not in. We are holding. We are waiting to see what happens. We are waiting to see when it's ready to get in. Welcome to ModernaExcels if you're just getting here. And this thing could change in a heartbeat. Now could be the time to get in. Now could be that magical moment. What I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and open one call. Ugh! My goodness. These things are just mightily expensive. We'll go for 390 call. We'll do that because I like to have something right there. But 382, I don't want it to run too much. My goodness, slow the hell down. It's at 385 already. All right, let's go ahead and get this one in right now. Boom, ship a bang, bada bang, bada bang, bang. All right, so let's see what we got here. Modify order. Got to make sure it went through. No, it didn't go through yet. Why? Oh, there it is. Okay. So we picked this one up right at around 383 to 384. I don't know exactly what the price is on that. It's all over the place. Let's go ahead and take a look at our market action and see where it's running. Wow, you got to talk with a quick voice when you're doing this opening call stuff. All right, we're going to jump out, jump back in, and that's the way I get around that Moderna crap when you're all over the place. All right, so we're already $62 down on that particular call. And because today is very volatile, we're at 381 already right now. I really honestly think the best thing to do is not be too rambunctious, but to be a little bit cautious, see where things are going. But at the same point, these are the prices you want to be in at if this thing goes running crazy. You want to be in at the best prices possible. I'm down 127 on that particular call, and I'm not too worried about it right now because the fact of the matter is, I'm just going to move this over just a wee bit. And I'll put it in front of my ModernaExcels sign there. And what I'll do is I'll take the ModernaExcels sign. You'll see here once I move it all around. And I'll put it down here and make it smaller. And I think that'll be a better way to do this for now. You could see me a little bit better. Is that better? That ModernaExcels is still a bit in the way. Let's move it over to the other side. Okay, I think that'll be better for now. All right, folks, we are in this market together. Right now, Moderna is at 381.66, and we have to really look at that closely today. I'm only in it with one call at the moment, an expensive call, all right, but only one call. Maybe what we'll have is a little luck today, where things sort of slow down a little bit. We're not really in the market too heavy just yet, and that some of these prices for these option calls will go down. And if we can experience that together, then we can really get a bunch of them. Of course, except for the one I just bought, that one will lose value. I'm not too worried about that right now. To be honest, I think this thing could rent to 450, and I'm trying to find good in spots. And of course, monitor what the energies are, because I mean they ran this thing so much up in after hours. You really have to get worried about what. Now it's at 377. So these are amazing prices to get in at. I'm sure this could be a bear trap too. These guys, they're so intent on seeing this thing go sideways so fast. All right, so what I'm looking at here, let me use this one so you could see. We've got Moderna, and it's trading at 378.39, and I'm just going to kind of talk to you as I'm just doing my thing here so you could see. And 378.39, just watching that price action. Let's go ahead and get into it right here. Well, that's the wrong one. We'll get there around a little different way. Look at all these. Let's see how we're doing. We have to see what the market's going to do today too, you know. So this is 379. You know, you don't want to miss these good prices. My goodness, I don't see them staying down there, but, you know, anything's possible. All right, so let's see. We have 380 calls. Wow, we can't. Let's go to the 390 again. We were just there. Let's see what we can pick up. As soon as I ever touch these things, it goes flying again. All right, I like that. Let's go ahead and roll with that. We're going to go ahead and pick up our second call. Okay, so I have 2 calls now. And you see where I just bought one at 380 or 379 really. And let's see how these things do together. I don't think it's going to drop a whole lot further than that. It can dip today, can dip a bit more before it runs. But remember, folks, the one thing in our advantage is today is one day before earnings. Earnings will be monumental. This is our advantage. It's our fire. And so don't forget that part, because it's so easy to forget when everything else is going on. And so don't forget that. We have the advantage. And let me see for your comments here, because I'm not actually paying attention to them. I've got so much other stuff going on. So we're at 382 right now, and looking good. Let's get this on the right screen. There we are, 381. So we'll see about some other movements. If it doesn't move too much, remember what we're going to wait for, what we're trying to, like, you know, skip in slowly. I've already, you know, put a good punch in towards this effort. But we're waiting to see what happens around that 10 o'clock hour. So we've only been open for 6 minutes. And, you know, by 10 o'clock, we could be, you know, looking at 400, or we could be looking at 360. I mean, this is what high volatility is. And, you know, the thing about Moderna is it's very volatile. So don't be panicked if you buy it and it drops $10 and then it comes back up $20 and then you're like, oh, I'm a winner. You know, just relax, because Moderna is a big runner. Moderna runs far and wide in these moments. Right now it's at 384. Let's take a look and see how our options are doing. And now it's starting to run, isn't it? Look at it. When it gets going, today's going to be a heck of a day. I think some people really discount that. We're 174 up on these particular options. Our buying power has been reduced to 138.88 so quickly. And if you look at that number, it's just amazing how quickly that gets knocked down so fast. We're $420 up, but look how quickly they move. I mean, that's an amazing movement right there. And I don't move for money. I move for people. I'm a lover. But you need money to survive, to do good work. And so that's all that's about. But I don't get really emotional about it. We're at 389, going on 390. So we're moving fast. We're cooking. If anything, you start to regret you didn't buy more, right? And that's what I said to folks. The biggest regret about today likely is that you didn't get more. I think this run is starting to pick up now. I think now is that moment. And so what we're going to go ahead and do, shame for the folks who don't get this show, because I'm not on the comments every 2 seconds. So right now we're at 392. Let's see where we're at on our, look at that, already 1175. All right, pack it up. Let's go home. We're done for the day. No, we're not. We're just getting started. That's the beautiful thing. 395, you can't get in quick enough. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put that to the side for a moment. And I'll just kind of walk you through what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at to see what we've got going on. And my goodness, that was a nice dip to start with, to scoop up some nice shares. And I hope you got an opportunity. We're at 394. I think we're just going to run from here. And it might switch around. Like I said, it flips around quick. So you might buy in now and then find yourself at 370 for a moment. It'll change quick too. Although we're going up. Today's up. I feel we're going to 450 today. And we might even break the 500. So, I mean, today is going to be, again, this is my opinion, but, you know, I think it's totally possible. And this is the opening hours. Anything is on the table in these opening hours. I mean, opening half hour, really. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So we're at 396 right now and moving fast. I'm going to zip my mouth and see what we can get on some of these calls. So we're looking here at 450 calls. 450 calls, and the price on 450 calls right now are sitting at $3.45. My goodness. Okay, let's look further. I mean, we really got to run to get some cheap calls. It's unbelievable. Okay, so looking at 475 is 2.25. You know what that makes? That makes those 440 calls we looked at when we first got going at 2.25, 250. We thought it was high. Those were a good price. All right, so unbelievably expensive, really. For those of you who kept your calls from yesterday, smart move. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a smart move or not, especially when things were looking at 370, but smart move. And right now we're trading at 396. As you could see here, we're already up 1,500 on this account. Let's go ahead and get over to back to the markets here. Okay, that's at 394, so you can kind of see what's going on. And 395. Yeah, I think I'm just, before I get too rambunctious at the moment, I'm in pretty good. I'm up pretty good at the moment. I think what I'm going to do is just hang on to what I have until, we get a little bit more into this day. With these prices, I want to see it either cool down or continue to take off. Either way, and then I'll know what's the best move to make for our bets. You have two objectives, really. Two real objectives that approach you in this, effort to win. And one of them is understanding where the market is going. Is it going up? Is it going down? And the other objective is how to best place your movements, your bets. I call them bets, really. Your positions. And when and where to get in and how much to get in for and what avenues to leave yourself for getting out so that you can make progress. Progress is extremely important. And let's see what we got going on here. ModernaExcels offline. That shouldn't be offline. Oh, okay. Hold on. So we're at 395 right now. Still just kind of hovering around there. I'm going to go straight to ModernaExcels, the channel. Are we live or are we not live? Yeah, we are. One person's in. Where's everybody else? I'm going to go straight to Moderna. Where's everybody else? If you guys don't show up and you don't like my content, then I'll just not do it. It's as simple as that. 396, and you're gaining from this. You're learning. You're turning out a new leaf. You're making a new ability. We're already $20 up from our last bet. Here, we're gonna go ahead and look at this a bit closer here. I don't know about this thing dropping, but it is hovering right around those prices we first seen. The market tends to start out with a lot of excitement, and it does some crazy things getting going. Including right now, the 430 options for calls are costing $6 each. That to me is just, how can you move on that? How can you move on that? That's a tough move. How can you move on that? In fact, we might get a dip coming into this 10 o'clock hour, and a market's so expensive to get into, I don't even know how you move on it. I mean, we're up $1,300 here. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to close these two out right now. We're done. I feel like that. I half feel like that because it's too expensive to get in this stock right now. And given what it's doing, it might come back down and crash and give us some greater prices here in a moment. And you know what? I'm going to take my risk with that rather than running to $500 right off the bat. I'm going to be a bit prudent today. I won't be able to get back in on this side though, but oh well, whatever. Let's move. We don't have all day to think about it. There we go. So that means we're officially up in this account. And guess what else it means? Because the pattern day rule is so incredibly unfair that we're done with this account. That's it. You get one turnaround. I got another $138 to move with, and that's all you get in this account. Boom, done. That's all you get. Unbelievable. So wrong. So unfair for the lowly man, right? Good move. We're at 391 right now, and that's why you make the best moves with your happy healer lover. There should be more people into this and watching this, but people aren't here, and I don't know where the hell they went to. They got something better to watch. If they're watching Matt Kors sit there and FUD his own stock, AMC. I can't stand that kid. I mean, I'm in the stock losing thousands of dollars, and Matt's over there saying, be patient. I'm like, I'm putting my all into this. We're going to make this go short. What the hell are you guys doing being patient? We're at 390, 389, 390. So that was a good move. And that's it. I think with conviction, now you could see a little bit behind the scenes on how I work. I don't sit there and get fluttered over money. Well, for one thing, I'm a lover and I have courage. I can lose or I can win, but I make conscious decisions based on what's smart. Let's let these pansies know we're on, huh? I love calling people pansies. I'm the gay guy calling them pansies. Funny, but true. All right. Where is everybody? Where is everybody? I've been at my channel, ModernaExcels, on YouTube, and I haven't seen you there, period. Get your ass there, or what the hell are you doing? That's why you're losing, probably. Period. All right, good enough. And we're at 391.80. And so we might get a bit more of a dip here. In fact, I'd almost like to see it to bring these prices back down to earth so that we can get in them and make some mucho bucks before it goes to 450. I do think it's going up there. I just want to be in it at a better price. So hopefully we can get that going. Hopefully that can manifest itself for us. And if you're watching and you're gaining something from this, even if it's later on, which, why in the hell would you come here after Moderna has already run just to see what happened? Why don't you get your butt, come now and get something from this? Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. And I do know I have some of you here, and I have at least one of you here now. Maybe two. Alright, I'm just kind of looking this over right now, just licking my chops, kind of thinking, what's the best move? What can I tell you guys that I think is really the best action at this point? We're going to have to level down, and I think if we get to 450, it's not going to be because this thing is popping like a bat out of hell, and it just goes to 450 right now. I think if anything, it's going to test itself, it's going to test its own strength, and then it's going to settle into itself. And then you know it's gotten in gear. And by that time, if we're doing everything right, we're working together, we will be on our way to 450. That's how that works. We're at 391.31, as you can see on your screen. Let me give you the chart. And down here you can see the price action on the order book. I think that's right now a bit on the bear side. Well, now it's on the bull side. It changes quick. More red, you're on the bull. More green, you're on the bear. And why is it that you would think it's different, right? I'll explain that to you one day. This is right where I kind of figured it would be, right hovering in this area. That's why I sold. I got in quick, made some money on it, got out quick on that one. I hope you guys were able to see my instincts, how they worked. I realized when we dropped that lower amount, it was the time to get in. Initially, when I first got in, I was down a couple $100. It could have even gotten worse. I don't panic over that stuff. I know I have conviction. I know ultimately what we're working for and where we're headed. So that's what the overall course gives you. When you're sitting inside chat and you're just, what's your price target, Happy Healer? All you're going to get is a price target. When you're here, you get the full dynamics. This is how you become a winner. It's not by just knowing the price target. You have to know how to work your bets. We're at 389. And let's go ahead and go into the chat and remind some of these guys and just kind of see what's going on. The bears, I mean, my goodness, they're so all over the place. They're just all over the place. I mean, these guys, there's a lot of new people here too. Look at this one, Andy's puts. I don't agree with that. I think that's misleading people. And puts might do okay, but it's not because I think today is going to be a put day. And people, they're misled because they don't know the full information about Moderna. They're still operating off of last year what Moderna did, but then Moderna still had a lot of question marks about it. People didn't know if it was going to be working necessarily. The mRNA technology as a platform for medicine was a new thing, and people didn't know if it was going to work out, if the platform and the biotech itself was going to be a successful thing. And they were doing trials. They were trading much lower than they are now. It's at 391.40. And they continued working on these trials, and then came this pandemic. And after the pandemic hit, Moderna was uniquely positioned with this new way of doing things, with this new tool, this mRNA medical platform for medicine, for vaccines that could ultimately change everything. That's what they're looking at. If you looked at Casper-9, that's a gene editing ability that we've also managed to learn. Human beings are amazing. And that gave us the ability to edit genes in situations where we want to beat disease. That means we're on top of HIV. We're at 393.53, so we'll see where it goes. I'm still sitting on the sidelines right now just because these options are so expensive. And because I got in, made a $1,500 profit, got the hell out again. I mean, that was just, that was effortless, and that was quick, and that's nice. Imagine had that, going in with, the relative amount of money and going 50% up in a matter of seconds, and then getting rid of it and realizing your gains. That's really what it's all about. That's what I want to see you guys doing. $390.99, and without all that emotion you bring, my goodness. I get emotional. I get emotional about love. I get emotional about people, but not about this stuff. I mean, this is unbelievable. 390 we're at right now. And so Moderna had this new platform that was able to take on this pandemic like nothing else could. It was prepared for it. And so now look at Moderna, the company it's become. They're empowered. They have money to continue doing all those wonderful things they've already been doing. It's not like Moderna is a vaccination company for COVID-19 and that's all it is. It is other things, and it done that because it was those other things first that made it possible. Being those other things made it capable. And so there's a lot of question marks back in December, when people were still getting that shot and it was all new. All that's behind us now. This is a wildly successful vaccine with a 94.1% efficacy rating. And these new booster shots are only going to build it up. And then we have all the other things they were already working on. And because they're so much bigger, so much more empowered, they're going to be so much more successful at all these other things. This is just to get started. You're looking at Moderna as like the Tesla of biotech. And then you have these people sit there and say, oh, it's not going anywhere. Oh, we're going down. Oh, I'm a bear. It drives me nuts because it throws people off and it's misleading. That's why I say it's misleading. And they don't even know it's misleading themselves. They're cheerleaders for hell. Cheerleaders for hell. For greed hell. We got to get out of greed hell. Greed hell's what's killing this country. If I want to be a rich man, I don't have to live in a van. I use my brains. I go become a rich man. I already done it before. I know that hell. I don't want to see that hell for everybody. I want to see a better world. And the better world is getting away from this hell, not doubling down on it. You got to be insane to do that. I'm left-handing it here with this phone. We're going to jump back into Moderna. We're at 394. So it's kind of hovering between this 390, 394 range. We're coming up on 10 o'clock. I really think we're already up right now, $7 on the day. I would like to see it come back down to about 390, and then that's a great place to get in. Bam! Get your butt in there. At least that's what I think I'm going to do. So, and it might just start its climb from here, but man, with this back and forth action with these bears, I don't know, the bears aren't going to be enough to really do a whole lot. But I still think, and I would like to see it come back a bit after all that, but it might not at this point. My experience tells me wait, just wait. And so I've already been in, I've seen that price action, I got out, one account's already done. And, they got to do something about this day trading rule. It's so unfair. I should be able to use that account. Rich people can, because once you get over 25,000 and you're in each one of your accounts, you can virtually trade as much as you like in that account. Unbelievable. And because they lock you out, one broker's down, you need multiple accounts. And then you can't do the things you got to do. I mean, it's just nuts. All right, so 395, like I said, we could just take off from there and continue going up. And that's the risk you take by not having gotten in. There's two things you're up against. You want to get in at a lower price, so it puts you in a better predicament. You feel more safe. But then if you get in at that lower price, home run for you. And then, you're lucky if it goes up from there, right? And the flip side is it does what it's doing now. It's up to 397, and then it just runs away without you essentially. And that happens to a lot of people, especially bears. Oh, I wish I was on this. I wish I never sold. Why aren't you back in? Why didn't you buy back in? And once it gets on its path, that's really the only thing you can do, is to buy back in. Because it's not going to go from 396. People felt that way at 340 when I was telling them, look at these prices of 340 right now. Wouldn't it be great to have that price moving forward? And they, at the time, say, oh, it's going down. But now you look back and you say, I wish I can have that price. But we know that's not coming back. That price is not coming back. Fucking son of a bitch. I'm sorry, I use crazy language. This is just an unbelievable thing. These options are off the chain. All right, so we're coming back down a little bit from 397. Well, now we're right back at it again. That's how it moves. It'll be at 398 here in a moment. And I love this stock, and that's why I love it. It's a great stock. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get in unbelievably at this 430 level. These options are trading at $5. $5.80. And I'm telling you play by play what I'm doing. I'm just waiting to see this price action. It's at 395. Go lower. Go. I don't normally say that. Go lower. Go lower. Let's get us a good in. And then go higher. Go much higher. If you're watching this, share it, because I'm not going to stay on as much as you want me to, as much as this is doing you good, just for you only. All right, it's at 393. I'm waiting to get in still. 392. I'm waiting to get in still. 390. Wow, we're gonna get to a better price after all. 390. It's gonna go to 389 at this. You can see the momentum. No. Now we're coming back up. All right, go ahead and get in on that now. Purchased in. It's working. Did it get in? Come on, get out of my way. Are you in? Did you work? Cancel order, replace. Nope, we're not in. So we're going to open it up and try and get in again. All right, are you in? Make sure that, well, it got in. And make sure when you're getting in on a position that it's what you want. That you're not buying a put when you meant to buy a call. That you're not buying a call when you meant to buy a put. That you tried to get in at 389, but by the time you got your order executed, it was 400 because you weren't paying attention that it never executed. These are the kinds of things you have to pay attention to. Otherwise, you're going to lose your butt in options. And right now, personally, I am down $16 on this call, even though the price is at 392. That's because I was prompted to enter at 390, but in the time that I was prompted, in this moment now, the stock had moved up. So it's at 393 at this current moment. And by the way, I'm up $1.50. It's at 393.50 roundabouts. And so what should we do now? I think I'm going to go ahead and get another one of these. I'm going to grab two more, actually. At this level, I think it's about right, and to wait would be foolish. Seeing what, well, I don't want to jump in too quick. All right, I'm going to hold off. I'm not buying another one until either this gets to 395 or until it goes below 388. Those are my promises to myself, because that'll tell us we're on a path or we're getting to a better price. And that's what I'm looking for. Because if we can get a better price, there's no sense in me buying in at this current price. Not anymore, anyway. And that's how the game is played. You gotta know how to enter in on these things. I am not posting here. I am on my live show, ModernaExcels, on YouTube. Search it out, it's easy to find. We are live. We are already up and finished one play already, cashed out, and completely done. Where are you at? Question mark. And I would like for you to be there for this movement and for today, period. And you might not even know about me, but I have a 100% correct rate as of the last month in deciding almost every move this stock has made, period. Aside from that, I am a subject matter expert in Moderna, and while I'm not a financial advisor, I can certainly help give you some information that'll help you make your own choice, period. Come join us now at ModernaExcels, period. You know, this chat app sucks bad. Alright, we're just going to leave it at that. Alright, so we're at 395. We're going to go ahead and that's prompting us to go ahead and get on another one. So I'm buying in for $430 call, and the price on this is about $6. It's coming down a little because we moved back. No, it's right there. I'd say you can get in. You could probably get this executed if you do a limit order for about $585, $580, and so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and buy one. I'm not buying more than that. I'm going to put it for a limit order. Even though that's dangerous, might not. I might pull that limit order on this. We'll see. $585 is a good price right now. Go for it. I think it's important to see what the hell you're doing. Sorry, not to use foul language. All right, that was filled. So now we have two 430 calls, and both of them together at $395, we are up $54. So when that starts cooking. And it has to be above $394.95, otherwise that's losing for me. And the reason why I like these out of the money calls is because they're all wildly blown up, and you can get more of them. I mean, if you're looking at paying $1,500 just to have, you know, a $395 call, your budget's going to be taken up much more. You can't have as many, and by the time this price reaches up there to $430, then, you know, you wouldn't have made as much then as if you had 3 calls. So that's what's true. Now, if the stock only moves 10 points, then you're better off with buying 1 call. So it's all in a matter of how far this stock is going to move. Our big objective for today is going to be getting over that $400 mark. Once we get over that, boom, we're sailing. And, you know, the current price, I believe, and I'm going to put it out there so that people can see, I believe my price prediction for today is at $450, period. That's because it's the last day before earnings is revealed, and I feel after earnings, given it goes the way I know it will go, then I think we'll go to 500 from there, and all of that's possible by the end of Friday, period. So good luck to you on that. That is my opinion. I have a long track record of being right. Outside of that, anything can happen, period. Wow, how come every comment can't be that simple? We're at 396.47, 24. So we're just kind of riding it up. My calls right now are $100 up. Much love to you, my lovers. So today's going to be a beautiful day. Now, if you're just coming on board, I need you to like the video, or I'll stop. Why do I need to be here? I need you to like the video. I'm here for you. And I need you to share the video with other people so they come on board. And in the comment section on Webull, also talk about how great we're doing here. Try and get more people here. So we are up 164 on that latest call. And so that's good. We're up 250 on it now. Oh, we break through 400. Just like that. I told you it was coming. Now we're there. All right, so I think it's time to think about our next play then. We might dip below 400 and test that marker for a little bit. Time now is 10:06. And I think we're going to go ahead and buy another call. The calls have increased in price, but we could always go back from 430 to 440. Again, these are all numbers I anticipate we will reach today even, if not tomorrow perhaps. Okay, so there's $6, the 440 calls. You know what, at that small difference, I think it's better to be at 330. Yeah, I'm going to stick with the 330. Ooh, they've gone up to 800. Let's see what 335 is. I don't really have the luxury of taking all this time to decide either. Okay, those are 705. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to buy one right now. It's going to put me back $700. We're climbing up so quick, I'm not going to wait on it any longer. I hope you got your call orders in if that's what your intention was to do. I'm sitting on right now 3 contracts. I've already bought 2 contracts earlier. They're wildly successful right out of the gate on Webull. They made $1,500, closed them out, done. And because we have pattern day trading so incredibly unfair, then that's it for that account. However, in the future, maybe we'll get beyond that. Maybe we will beat that because, you know, pattern day trading is really against the individual. All right, so 401 is where we're at right now. My, believe it or not, my calls are still up. They're up $474, 402, and then on the one I had just opened, that's down $25. That's down. So we're up quite a bit for today already, about $2,000 up for today already. And anything can happen. Anything can happen. Although today's going to be a wild day. I mean, people don't... I don't know why. Well, I do know why. I explained to you a lot of the reasons why. But there's so much more than that. And that's what the course members get. And that's what you get on this. You follow the movements. You see what your happy healer's doing. And if you want to do it, you make your own choices. But at least you get to see everything I am doing. And so if you make the choice to do that and you do well, I mean, how much is that worth to you? Because I certainly don't need to be here, but I'm here to help you. And I've been doing this for many of you for free. And I have my course. I only charge $50 a week for that. And it's a week in, week out thing. So if it works for you and then it stops working for you, you can get out of it. But if it continues working for you, you can stay in it. And that's as simple as that. It's week to week like that. And $50 per week rather than, $500 a month and you can't get out. And I offer what I offer on this. You see what I offer? We're at $398 right now. My calls are $250. And the one I just bought is down by $127. Let me give you an image view of that. I don't like... how can I do this? I'll use the camera right here. So we are actually going for overall we're even right now. So the price of the stock is $398. I told you we're going to come back and test it. Now might be a good time to pop in another more, if you're intending to, that is, to get another call, or you can cool your jets and see what happens. We're at $398. I think it's time for another call maybe, because that's a nice drop. Yep, let me jump in without talking about it. Just do it. All right, we're getting in one. This will be our 4th call, going in relatively slow. I'm going to go ahead and do a limit price on this. as $6 for a 435 call. The bid is $530. The ask is $655. I got a $6 order. Let's see what happens. Make sure everything's good. It's a buy. Okay, let's go. It filled. So now we are sitting on 4 contracts. 4 contracts. So let's see what happens. Your happy healer lover is going to cool his jets for a bit. We're 150 up for the day in this account. And I don't know. Well, I'm a lover, and I hope it all works out for us all. And that's just the way that goes. So the price is $399.06. We've already broken through it once. Let's take a look at the chart. Yeah, I mean, we're looking good on the chart. There's nothing bad here. We crouched to jump. I mean, that's how it works. You know, you can't just keep jumping, extend yourself, especially if you're in a van. And you know, and I don't mind. I'm a lover. I love all people. I'm working for a better future for us all, so that doesn't bother me. We're at $401, and we're climbing. And I think I'm going to sit on these 4 contracts. They're a pretty brave place to be. I feel pretty good about my movements. And, you know, unless we drop further, I mean, I could go all in, but I'm not. There's no reason to do that just right yet, because you have to be a bit prudent. Otherwise, you're going to get eaten up by a stock that has such high volatility. Now, yeah, you can move in with that fast movement, but it could come back to really make you a good offer. Remember, I think it's going up, but we're just being prudent about where we enter in. It's at 402. Okay, so we had, let's see here, here they are. What are these guys saying? Oh gosh, Lord, these are late posts. Let's see what these guys are trying to tell me. What we're gonna do is, we're at 400, by the way. We're gonna step out, cancel that. We're gonna go to the community. We're gonna see what people are saying. So we got some. So I said 450. This guy says, "Come on, 450 is much." Whatever, man. Whatever. Let's see what it does. I'm amazed at how much you're correct, Jason says. And it's true. A lot of people have been watching this for a long time, and they've been seeing, and they know they're not uninformed, and so they get it. And so you see Jason talking about, I'm amazed at how correct you are. All right, so that's that. And I'm just going to leave another message here so we can get more friends. And remember, folks, we are on live right now at ModernaExcels on YouTube, period. So why aren't you joining us? ? I mean, for all the things you could be doing, why don't you join us? Period. I mean, it's kind of funny. This thing is awful. This chat box is so awful. They really need to improve this. And I don't have patience to sit there and just play with it for hours. If I think you can get the message, I send it. And I know you guys know that. So we are at right now, is that right? No, that's not right. We're at 402. And climbing. Our investments are doing well for this account. For the other account, we're up 1,500. You've seen that live. And then for this one, we're up 500 right now. Can you see that? There we go. What the hell? There we go. And it's going to continue to grow because we're in really good movements, and we're gauging, and we're watching where this bottom is, and we're getting in at those right places. And I'm showing it to you in a transparent way so that you can make your own decisions. Me personally, I intend on profiting off of today, but I also intend on protecting my bets as I go. These are bets. These are like almost doing a casino, but you're better odds here. And that's how we want to keep it. Personally, we've got a really good thing going on. And so a prudent thing to do. Hang on just a moment. And you can call in too if you want. I don't know if this is a call in. Hello, it's Keith. How can I help you? Hello? Yep. Hey, I got an idea. Jump in a lake. All right, we're back to it. And price action now is at 3, that's not right. 402, 403 actually. And I see no reason to fold your hand. At least I'm not folding my hand. We're just getting started, and we're 700 up. Now, why did I fold my hand in the other account? If you were watching on how it played out, I called precisely when it was about to make a pretty good drop. It did drop, and then we sold out of those, changed the account, and bought in on the other account with the lower price. Think smart. And now, oh, guys, right now, please, we have 8 people watching and 2 likes. If I don't see that change to at least 5 right now, I'm going to close down right now. I'm serious. Because the biggest thing about doing this kind of stuff is appreciation and love for one another. So we've got 403.93. We're going up. I think we're going to go up pretty good today. In this account, we're up $809. We're up to 3 likes. Come on, give me 2 more and we'll continue. Otherwise, we'll close it out. We'll be done right now. Waiting for that 5th like. We've got 3 right now. Keith, you're making it about the likes? You damn right I am. There's 4. And there's 5. Okay, good job, guys. Just show some appreciation for what's going on, right? And share it too, please. Otherwise, we're not going to grow at all. And I appreciate you. Hey, John. And I see your comments here. How do you see more options on Webull? Like, I want to do a 435 call. Okay, let me show you how to do that. We've got the area here open. And do you see when you're looking at the main page and the price is tickering at the top 404.26? You could see all that on here. Let's see. Yep. And 403.87. And then directly under that, depending on whether you have the update or not. If you updated your phone, I've got both, so I'll show you what both look like. Jeez Louise. Alright, so this is what the old one. We're going to go to Moderna. Okay. So there's 2 different areas where these things are found. They make it too hard. Alright, so right now, you see on, yeah, you can see that. You're looking at the same screen that's on there. Right next to, you see the little arrow? It says comments, and you know where that is because you go on it all the time. To the left of that, you'll see options. So go on options. And then underneath options, you could see, gosh, there's a lot of people here that don't know nothing about options. You guys should be inside this course. And we're 1,009 up on our other plays here, which is good to know. The price of the stock is at 404.17. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to miss out on the opportunities to bank when you can. That's certainly important. And if you look at these prices, they're humongous, first off. But right under, it says $12.50, and right over it says $14. Those are the cost of contracts for purchase at the $400 call strike price. Do you know what any of this stuff means? Or are you that lost? Because if you're that lost, I would not recommend jumping in plays like this. These are very expensive calls. You could lose if you get it wrong. If you buy a put and you meant to buy a call, you're going to be in trouble. At that case, I would just recommend buying the stock outright. Now let's talk about when things are really like right now. We've got a little bit of down action. It's gone down. It ran up to about almost 405, and now it's gone down to 401.44. No big deal. We're still up. We're still up $450 actually, and all that is you know, it's been moving pretty fast. It's been kind of overheating a bit, really. And we're going to go back and take a look at this baby. There we go. Just kind of seeing what it's doing. We're going to open up on it. And then what we're going to do is hold on the arrow. And we could see what the volume is right now. And it's climbing quick. 44,000 here starts coming up. All that's good stuff. Our volume is very high for what we normally get on Moderna. And that's just kind of looking back at it. I'll get more into options. But folks, if I make this about an options class, guess what? This stock's going to continue rolling, and we're going to be talking about options. You'll never get your play in. It takes a while to teach that stuff. And I can give you quick, cues and walk you through it and how and where to buy it. I just did. You go to options to the left of comments if you're on Webull, and that's what the gentleman asked. If you, mental. Let's see. I want to see what else you guys are saying here, if anything. Oh, what's your total profit? John asked. For today, I've already did one. Let's see where we're at now. Good golly, $2,000, I think. Yeah, for today. And again, that has a lot to do with how I place my positions, my bets, how I take them, not just the stock movement itself. But the stock movement is doing outstanding. And so, who else said what else? Yep, you bet. I appreciate you just as much as you appreciate me. That's how the love force works. Thank you for that. And thank all of you folks for being here. Don't forget to like, and also don't forget to share. That's how we make some progress. And what I'm giving you now is free, right? So, the way you continue getting that is by showing back your appreciation and doing the things that I ask you to do. I don't really ask for a whole lot in that way. That's why I appreciate you guys having liked it when I said to please like it. That showed me you're listening and you care about the content, and that, quite frankly, you value the content. We're at 404.50. Again, we're playing at this price range, and I think here's the thing where rich people, and I want to get back on the right thing here, but rich people that have over 25,000 in each one of their accounts and they have unlimited movement, I might be doing this differently if I had unlimited movement. But most of us don't have unlimited movement. But if you had unlimited movement, you could buy in at the high, sell at the low, buy high, sell low, buy high, sell low. Now, you can get hurt doing that, yeah? You can jump out when it's still going up and you mismanage it. Although I know that if I had that capability without running into the PTD rule, that pattern day trading crap, that I would be a lot more capable. My hands wouldn't be tied behind my back like they are yours too. So I think what we'll do is continue to talk about fairness and how much we should all be involved in getting a more fair world, how we're all part of that. That's part of all of our jobs to do that we should be writing our congressmen and so on. So some people thought it was going to crash today. I said, no, it's not. It's already at 404. Obviously, we see it lifting. It closed yesterday at 386. It's lifting and lifting. It loves lifting. In the aftermarket, it gone up to 396. I said, slow it down, cowboys and cowgirls. I don't want this thing being overworked, and then, once the market is not going to accept what you said it was worth in the aftermarket. So when the general open market opens and it sees this price that it doesn't agree with, that can cause some shell shock to the price, and it can ruin our movements and the way that we intended to move for that day. And so right now, I think that if a lot of you got into your call bets, that perhaps you're feeling pretty comfortable because we're not doing too much, and I don't think you should panic. First off, I think panicking never helps. I lost everything at some points because I was new at doing options, and I never panic because that's not how you are able to make back any kind of, room at all. And the other thing that I tell people is buy the shares, just buy the stock. That's investing. When you buy the stock, especially Moderna, this is like, the next Tesla in my view, as so far as the opportunities for growth. and think about the kinds of things they will be solving. Working on cancer and HIV are just two of the big things. And you've got a winner on your hands. It can really go the distance. Let's see if you guys have any questions for me. I'll answer those. And we'll keep that going. And the bot's just continuing to go on about the ape movement. Yeah, the apes are great. I know what they mean. I'm just fairly new on Weeble. Yeah, and thanks so much for sharing your knowledge. Yeah, thank you for listening, and love you guys. That's just the way it goes. I'm a lover, and people call me weird. They say he's so weird. Why is he so weird? Because he loves people openly. He cares about people. He goes the distance for people. I mean, my goodness, who does that? He's so weird. Ugh. Irks me how weird he is. All right, folks, can one of you guys do me the favor? We're up to 405, and I think we're going to start moving to new ground here in a moment. Let's look at that chart, move it over. We're already at all-time highs. I mean, that's where we're going. All-time highs. Do me a favor, if you would, and share this on Weeble. Share our live cast. I want to see us get up to 10 people. Share maybe to your social media that we have the Moderna guru that knows. What did someone call me yesterday? They said you're mRNA maker or something like that, like Rainmaker. My goodness, all the names they're saying, and to me, I'm just a lover. I care about people, and I know a lot about business. I know a lot about these movements. I don't get emotional about them. But sometimes people, because I care about them, they get so emotional, and I do respond to them. I was on a kick a few weeks ago, and I think I was really humbling a lot of people because, I've been right for a long time in all these movements. And, some of these guys, they just get so awful. They really start to, get questionable with their hate. And with their, I had them doxing my YouTube channel. Oh, this guy, he has nobody watching him. I'm like, this is the world of greed hell that I don't like so much. Yeah, sure, I want 1 million people watching. But I value even just one person. So what is all this nonsense that these people, they're so programmed to think like in the way how greed hell has taught them to think. And if you haven't heard the term greed hell is the world in which we live, and we make it that way. If the market wasn't in greed hell, but was in American Mantics, the way I call it, or God's love, the world of God's love, then it would be going up all the time, and everybody be making money on the market. It's unbelievable what greed hell does. It's just so damn greedy. And then so these greedy bastards, they come out and they're short selling a company that could literally save their grandparents from cancer if they only have the investment to do so. But these guys are bad-mouthing and saying things that even are not true, all for their own profit. And if it drops to $1, for them it's a home run. Never mind that they just ruined the future for cancer or for HIV, trying to get these new ways of dealing with disease. And these guys are characters, are just clowns. I don't appreciate what they do. So we're at 401.50 right now, and we're just kind of hovering there, which makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable because I want to get going just like you. But also at the same point, it's doing some consolidating. And let me tell you about the positive aspects to this. It's over $400 in holding. People agree that this yes is worth over $400, and that when it starts running, it's run up to 405, and that it's testing these areas and passing the test. Soon it'll be going beyond that. Now let's take a look at the chart. The chart shows us that we're actually, let's open this up a bit. We've already moved pretty good, but we're still hovering around all-time highs. There's not much to be concerned about, except for you get in at 405 and maybe your account lose a little bit. But calls right now are a very popular thing, kind of like how puts were, yesterday when people were bad-mouthing it. They really misled a lot of people. Despite being at 401 and buying in more calls and having 4 options contracts open, we're still up on this account $509. There you go. And, I think that, you can do well. I'm in that 4 contracts. I didn't buy any more contracts right now. I bought and sold 2 earlier. That made a lot of sense the way it all played out. If you go back and watch that in the market open, and you learn a lot in how I respond to things in the market open. And I'm very decisive. I don't sit there and think, oh, should I do that or shouldn't I? I know exactly what the plan is going into it. It's just a matter of what's happening in the moment and how to respond to it. And so that's how it works. Let's see what else might be going on. What I want to do, and you'll hear in the background, gosh, you guys know who Meet Kevin is. This is somebody who I talk about on, because I'm running for president. I already ran for president once. Did well. Have a lot of great supporters. But I'm still just me, a normal guy like you. I learned a lot of stuff, the right way to get things done. I have a lot of people who believe in Happy Healer and the Landy Mantics brands of passion and American Mantics, the system that'll take us out of greed hell and provide opportunities for all God's people, not just a few here and a few there, billionaires who want to puppet master everyone else, and which is kind of what we got. So we're at 403.50 right now, and so let's see what other people are saying. I don't really want to see what Meet Kevin is saying, but man, sometimes I like watching him because I get to see what this Joker's saying, and it just says stupid stuff all the time. Very strange. That's what he's got to say. He doesn't know what's going on. It's just all very strange.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Excuse me, to another Market Open live stream. Oh my gosh, that was so annoying with the computer, and I really apologize for that. Anyway, it's fixed now.
I want to see if he mentions. I want to see if he mentions Moderna, and let me get his screen up so you could also see this. And we're right now hovering at 404. If anything big happens, I'll pull away from this because I am watching. Let's pull this down just a bit. Yeah, we're at 403.50. So if it goes below 400 or over 405, it'll get my attention, and we'll be watching that. I believe it'll go over 405 before it'll go under 400. I said earlier, it can go down to 370. That's still not a reason to panic. I mean, these are the kinds of movements Moderna makes. It can go down and come right back up again. It really can. And when, the volatility starts getting going, you don't want to lose your faith in those moments. That's when you can really push it out to the large numbers that we're looking for. Although what I do say in those moments to watch your plays closely, to get in at the right moments, to get out at the right moments. Don't get so emotional about things. Just do what makes sense, and you won't regret your actions later in the day, even if the stock crashes, because you've always had your plays marked sufficiently, and you've always accepted a certain amount that you would lose in order to gain massive profit. And so that's why I say this is like a gamble to that extent. But with your Happy Healer lover, we've been winning even when we lose, even when we see it step back, because we place our bets in such a way that allows us that movement. And that's why, and I think most people, even the affluent people, they understand these truths. And that's why they have that $25,000 pattern day trade rule, where they get to move around, skip around in the market as much as they want. Buy Tesla, sell Tesla. Made $300 there. Buy some Moderna, sell Moderna. Buy some of this, all with the same money. And it's because they have at least $25,000 in their trading account. Is that fair? Compared to the lowly guy who's got $1,000 or $500 and he's trying to lift it up using calls, and he makes one simple move. It costs him half of his money. He realizes, oh, I need to get out of that. He sells it. Now he's only got 500 left. That pattern day trade rule, shove it. It's wrong. Jeez Louise, man. It's so wrong. How do you guys feel about that pattern day trade rule stuff? Do you like it? Do you like the way it turns out for people? For yourself? Leave me a comment. What do you think about PDT? Does it affect you? Maybe you've got more than 25,000. You don't care. I mean, I've done well in my life. I've had, in my bank account, millions of dollars. I know the feeling of that. And that's why I say, when you've had money or you've gone through all these experiences, you realize just how much it's just a tool. People become depressed and they go nuts over it. But the fact of the matter is, people that are like that, they don't even have it because they get too emotional over it. Money isn't supposed to be that. It's supposed to be a tool. The thing that's supposed to have the value in this world is you, your soul, and that we do anything for that, and that I love you. Don't you want your happy healer? So smart, so tuned in, so ready, loving you? Doesn't that make you more powerful? Doesn't that give your life more value when that exists versus if it did not exist? Shouldn't we have that same power magnified by millions of people? Yeah. By billions of people? Yeah. That's the Spirit of God Almighty working in us. That's God's love. And what we have right now is greed working in us. So fucking detestable greed. And people think it's so special. Nah, not me, man. All right, 403. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's unfair. I hate it. A lot of people are speaking out over here. For at least the number of people that we have on. But yeah, people don't like that. It's not true. That's why I got out of Robinhood. Now I only open cash accounts. Yeah, cash accounts are good. And you see, that's what I'm dealing with. And I've gotten thrown out of all my, like this guy here, I have no money market accounts because these guys are they're cruel and they're wrong. And I'll tell you what, we need to make this a big deal. And in my campaign for president, you better believe I'm queued up on this stuff. That's the thing. Most of these guys are dummies. They don't know what I know. And I'm just a guy sitting in my van. They don't know the things even I know. I know more about the market. I know about how to build things. I know about, ich spreche gut Deutsch, nur ein bisschen Deutsch. Aber ich habe das Gefühl, alles klar. Und Moderna ist die Besten. Und alles Geld ist für dich. And so what I'm trying to say is that you can have a lot of talents and it doesn't matter, that you just don't go anywhere with them because greed hell doesn't appreciate them. What works in greed hell is that detestable greed, screwing people and being a corrupt son of a beeswacker. Then you get progress. In fact, do that enough and you might become president. That is the horrible, detestable nature of the hell that we're in with greed hell. Yeah, PDTs suck. Thank you, Jason. Let us all realize and recognize that. And, don't just let it be one of these things that are under the table. This will make it impossible for you to make progress sometimes. And when I was learning, and we're all still always learning. But when I was first learning about options, and I bought, in, and I couldn't buy in again because my money wasn't cleared until the next day. And now all these moves were happening that I could have made money on. Now I lost money. It worked for that, but it wouldn't work for where I would make money. How frustrating is that? While the rich guy is doing it all over, he's just skipping and scopping and scooping and escape. At the same time, he's giving you insult. That's how greed hell is. It's unbelievable. So please, folks, be conscientious of that. And write your freaking congressman. Hey, I don't like this I know you don't even know about it, but there's this thing called PDT, Pattern Day Trading Rule bullshit. Please eliminate that fast. And, say this to the people that are our leaders. My goodness, they're not leaders, though. So right now we are at 407.75 breaking through. That is an amazing thing to see. And personally, we are up in this account $1,460. And that's great. Maybe now that we're moving up to that 407 range, 408, 409, we're at 409 right now, that we might be heading towards that 450 a little fast. And so maybe we should consider, now that we see it moving, we know we can see directional movement, and maybe getting in deeper. Although I'm in 4 contracts, that's pretty healthy. Yesterday I was in like 8 or 9, and I can go more contracts. But the thing about it is, now that we broke through this level, I want to see a pullback before I go buying into more contracts. Now, think about that. I could literally sell these for the profit that I have my money, wait for the pullback, and then buy in explosively. Isn't that what the rich people do. But, you can't do that because you are not favored. You are just a lowly American. That's it. And by the way, it might not even come back down. So those rich people sell out and not be able to get back in. When you have that ease of movement, they might do that. I can totally see it. Although they have that freedom. They could just get out and get right back in again. But they could just do that. I mean, you can't, or I can't, when we're dealing with pattern day trading rules. I'm happy with today already, really. We're up $2,700 on the day. No, more than that. $3,300 between the other account. I feel good about that. That's really good. I'm not being greedy. These are, first off, when I make progress, it's for all people. When I'm making progress for you, because my ambitions, the things I want to do, are geared for you. So that's my life's purpose. I'm a 42-year-old man, so much as that I can draw breaths. I draw breaths and I live for you. I'm not looking for a partner. That shit's crap in greed hell. People give all of themselves to other people to only screw them. And love is fake. And they end in divorce. All marriages almost. And the ones that don't end, they accept misery. I think that love is supposed to be a beautiful thing that never gets tiring. And in greed hell, it always gets tiring. Because love is wanting to expand and be a journey and experience and love and be loved. But greed hell gets in the way of that. So that's how I live, though. I live on the rules of love. I'm not looking to marry in this life. I talk about it all the time. I had one relationship. It was beautiful. It was with another man. And his name is Kyle. He's great. We're still friends to this day. But, I don't see the sense in having a bunch of, I've got this is my fifth wife and all this stuff. I do love families. I wish I had a wife in that way, because I can have children. See, like I said, it came back a little bit to 407, and now it's at 408 again. That's how I'd be if I had the freedom of movement. I would sell at 410 and then buy back in at 407. Just as little movements. They really help a lot. And you don't have that freedom. Rich guys do, but you and I, we don't. So we just have to take what we get. Although if you do have that ability, take it. Yeah, right. Vic Panda says, they do it to protect our money. It's ironic how day trade actually messes up in the long run. It is. It's awful. And they should just get rid of the rule. And EFM Solutions. Yes, sir. That's the nature. That's right. And Jason says, cost me thousands. I hate the pattern day trade rule. Yeah, we got to do so much more about that. All right, so we're at 407, 406.84. See what I mean? And you can't get out and lock in profits because of the fucking pay. It's just an unbelievable thing. And they do it it's honestly, it had to be geared towards against. Why would they even put a rule like that out there unless they're trying to hurt people with less than 25,000? These are the people to shit on. That's all that means. Makes me want to light up a cigarette. And I'm quitting smoking, so don't judge me too hard. It takes a lot when you're a fighter like me and you're fighting for a better world. You remember, you're 42, you remember life. I remember every last damn bit of it. I remember standing 5 years old with my 50-pound, or whatever it was, about 50-pound body, trying to look up at the other larger people, wondering what magical things I'm going to learn in this world, only to discover how much hate and hell there is. I mean, kids and children, they're natural lovers, man. They are natural lovers. We're at 408.77. Yeah, I mean, we're still doing good. I'm happy with it. But just make a little note to self. Don't let it get away from you. PDT, write it the hell down and do something about it. Because the biggest thing in this world that we do, and that's what greed hell causes, is we forget about the things that are hurting us. And we just move on. We're just grateful for some relief for the moment. But no, we can't let it go. Even if it's just one voice saying it to one person. I think the best thing to do is write a nice little letter. Doesn't have to be long. and send it to multiple congressmen, send out a couple of tweets, share with the financial community and with laymen's, people that are not in the financial community. It should be our goal to get more and more people into the financial community. That's how everybody continues to grow and make money. I favor an income for all, and that I favor paying that through the stock market, that people would literally get stocks in some of their favorite companies. It would give poor people an option and an ability to actually see what's happening and to be able to survive and do their passions. I have reasons for this. A lot of people think, oh no, you can't do that or you can't afford that. No, greed hell can't afford that. The world of God's love is massively rich. That's where you bring in the world of abundance. This crap we're living in now, scarcity, having to choose who gets to eat, who dies on the street without food, who's living in mansions, who's making $20 million like Greedy Meat Kevin, who charges you for every little thing he does, and he doesn't even know what he's doing. I mean, this is how greed hell is. It awards and rewards that shit. Here's Meat Kevin running for governor. He doesn't know much about what's the right things to do. He certainly doesn't talk about your happy healer lover. Although he wants to be governor, he's going to bring in casinos into California. Are you kidding me? That's insane. So Restream seems to be making most of the comments right now. Right now we are at 408.89, and before we wanted to see 405 sufficiently broken through. We expected there would be a little dip after that. There was. We can't really buy out of it or buy back in. So for me, I'm in on 4 contracts, and I'm going to stay in on 4 contracts. If we dip below 405, I will likely add another one. And here's the thing. The day trading rule has me doing different things than as if I didn't have to worry about that. If I can move as much as I wanted, things would be a bit different. So if you have that ability, keep that in mind and make your own decisions. Be wise. Learn from what your happy healer is telling you. We're at 410 already. We broke through the 410 mark. And do me a favor, guys. Will one of you, please, Jason, how about you? Or one of you guys, go to the comments. I'd love to witness it later. Go to the comments and say, hey, why aren't you at ModernaExcels? We're getting great insight. We're at 411 already, and he's helping us get in at the right levels. He's helping us stay motivated. He's giving us the insights so that we don't do stupid things that cost us. Why don't you come join us? Say that. That'll be a great service to what we're doing. We're up 2,400. Yeah, so we're going to get to 450 today, I think. And I don't think it's all these bears love walking around. We're going to crash to $0 because they have no idea what's going on in the backgrounds. But when Bantel comes out tomorrow, when he's during his call, and he talks about these things, and then when he's done and I take over and I talk about the things that he had just talked about and or bringing up things he missed, and the stock market continues to hold its value, all the people that follow me, which by the way, there are hundreds, and if you know it or not, there's a lot of people behind the background who they don't even look at anything. They just study who's saying what and who's right. I want to make money. And in that way, I can have hundreds of and thousands of people following me just on this app alone. Not everybody speaks up. So I've noticed the power of my speech, so I'm very careful about it. And sometimes, like when it was over running too hot in the aftermarket, I came out and I said, slow down, cowboys and cowgirls. Slow the hell down, or we're going to end up in a position we're not ready for. Hello, it's Keith. How can I help you? Yeah, this is Keith. What you got for me?
A few weeks back, something was sent out to you guys, and for whatever reason, it came back as a failed delivery, and we haven't heard back from you.
All right. What mail is it for? No, not really. But I mean, I've got a lot of other stuff going on, so it's completely possible I'm just not paying attention. But where is it coming from?
It was a virtual gift card from U.S. Standard. If you hang on 1 second, I'll grab you some more information on that. You got a pen with you?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second, please.
Why do I sense this is a scam?
Please hold while your call is
Yeah, I sense this is a scam. They're not going to get the best out of me, that's for sure. Okay, so we're at 410.68. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, this is Derek. How's it going today?
Yeah, it's all right. What can I help you with, brother?
Great, great. Well, hey, I'll tell you, I never thought I'd have more alcohol on my hands out of my mouth, that's for sure, right?
Right.
But, yeah, the reason why I was calling you guys have always been very kind to us. And my boss is actually doing something really nice, you know, for local guys.
Mm-hmm.
Saying thank you for your past and future business.
All right, you know what? I need to say something. There's a lake right over there. Go jump in it. Goodbye. Okay, so now we're back to Moderna. And, you know, these guys, they call and they solicit. Nobody's asking for that. They make a lie. You've already lied to get my attention this far? The hell with you. I got better things to do. Especially if I had children or a family to tend to. I mean, these guys take away from all that. All right, so we're up $2,300. We got these 4 contracts. They're kicking butt. And I'm proud of you if you sent... Yeah, this thing is going nuts and it's rallying just like your happy healer lover told you. You can always trust in that. And like I said, I think we're going to 450. You know, could have I gotten in heavier? Sure. But, you know, we don't have that pattern day trade rule. Fucks everything up. So you got to be very careful about the way you move in there. Write to them fast. Let them know the hell they cause. Let them know how unfair the world that caters to the rich and shits on the poor. Let them know how that makes you feel. All right, so I suspect that we're not going to have that going down to 405, so I have to think hard. My movements have already been very good so far. We're going to go ahead and look out into the future because I know it's going up. We're going to look out into the future, and we're going to see what kinds of options we have that we can pick up a 5th contract. It's time, in my view. We're going to go to the contracts here. And I'll try and mirror what I'm doing right here so you could see, even though I'm not buying it on this one. So we're looking at today's contracts. We're going to go out into the future. So we're going to look beyond what we're seeing now. So you see long call there? That's really expiring on August 6th. See that 430? We're pressing on it. We're going to go to 450. We're going to see what the 450s are going for right now because I'm doing it in 2 areas. We came down to 409 on the main price, which would be good for when we execute the trade. And let's see what we have here. So we're at 440, 450 is where we want to be. And these are selling for currently, oh my goodness, $6.80 on the bid to $7.05. And I think they're becoming a little bit cheaper because of the price action. Good time to get in. So now's a good time, I think. We're going to go ahead and make a limit order right at $6.80. And we're going to execute it quickly before it moves back up. 1 in and out sending. Okay, so we are buying that. It has not executed yet. It's sitting in my working orders. And so I'm going to go ahead and send in another one, and maybe we have to change. So 680 is the bid now. So we have to bring it up to 685. Are you kidding me? Just get it over with. This is when it calls for a market order. They're pretty close in what they're doing, so just do a damn market order. Whatever it takes to get it done. Because otherwise you're going to move on the best price. Sometimes that's the right option. Okay, so we got it filled. Okay, so we're sitting on 5 now, and that one's immediately profitable. It's up $2. You got to try and get in at the right price. That's the main thing. And when you see that the difference between price becomes so tight, then doing limit orders don't make sense anymore. When you see the price action is moving so quick, then doing limit orders don't make sense anymore, because you'll lose more money doing those limit orders than you would hurrying up with a market order, being decisive and getting in. So when it goes back up again, where we seen it just a moment ago, you're already making profit on that, and you're in at 5 contracts. So we're up for the day already, still over $2,000, even though we're at 409, and we have quite a bit of ways to go. The feeling out there is good. People are feeling very positive about this. For the day, we're $23 up on this already. The time is not even 11 o'clock yet. We have 6 minutes still. So I feel really good about all of those things. $4.10. And in case you haven't been told today, I love you. I love you. Make sure you have your chocolate keep you going. Got your coffee, your drink, your love. We're at 410, 409.87, flirting with that 410. Once we get past that 410 good and we go sailing, then we'll be looking real good. Let's look at the chart. The chart tells us wonderful things. Let's zoom in on it. Look at that. Pointing up. It knows where it wants to go. And I'll tell you what, that order book looks wacky. Normally you'd say that favors the bears, but not really. Not really. It actually is doing just fine. And so you could see all the movement. And a lot of people, they like those candles. I like this one because it looks like a snake. It's looking up and down. Which way are we going to go? And you already know what's going on with the price. It's just following the price. Where it was is its snake back. And that gives you a better clue, I think, than the candles. The candles, yeah, I get them. You could see the whole margin of movement within that candle. And but nah, I prefer to see the snake. I can always see the idea behind where it went and all that stuff. I don't think it matters as much as to where it's going and having, you can't say 5 minutes ago when it was anywhere between, this margin to this margin. That doesn't help. You need where the trend is so you can see what you're doing. I'm your happy healer lover. Yeah, that's what I do. Do. I'm your happy healer lover for you. Okay, okie dokie, we're up 2,000. The price is 409.62. We could just end it there. To just sly away, sell everything, and just love God. Go work on our work for God. And that would suit me just fine, to be honest. But you get these moments and things are going well, and I honestly suspect we're going to take this up much higher. But when you're doing good, you don't have to be greedy. If you want to step back, I never fault anyone for saying I did good enough, I got more good to do elsewhere, and that's okay. Sometimes it turns out to be a safe haven for you. 409.27 is the current price, and I still believe in high movement for this. Remember, if you get in doubt, all you do is zoom out and look where it's been and look where it's going. 1, 2, people who've been looking at it for a long time and digesting it know what it's worth, and they speak out on that, like me. Okay, that's 2. Where it's going, where it's been, the movement is giving you a directional, it's at 409.41 now, a directional path, and that path has momentum behind it. When it's already going up, it's really hard to change and go down. Now, it still needs to crouch to jump. That's kind of what you're seeing in these candles. You're seeing the crouch jumping. To me, that's not as helpful as seeing the trend. And now you see the trend start to go up to 411, 412. For a moment ago, we were talking about, if you're good enough, step out and go on to what you're doing in life. But the thing today to really make the difference is we are counting down the hours at this point. Market hours. These market hours today are the last open market hours before we know what the earnings report is at that point. It's going to be early in the morning tomorrow. We'll be covering it around 8:30. And this stock will not be in open hours at that time. So this time right now, all the way up until 4 p.m., is all we have until earnings is here. Knowing that means a positive growth. This thing could go to 450, it can go to 500 today. Just knowing that. So I bought in more. 414, and see, that's how we're up right now. We're going up. We've got 5 contracts, no reason to sell. And like I said, if you did sell, nobody's blaming you. To take profit because you're making massive amounts of money, nobody can blame you for that. Let's see if anybody's left any comments, questions. Make sure you do. It's your opportunity to do that. And right now we've got 5 people watching. To keep this thing going, because we're getting lower, to keep this thing going, please go leave some comments over on Weeble. Go share it with people wherever you share your stuff. Say, hey, we got this Moderna Rain Man guy. That's what they call it. I don't know what you want to call me, but I've been right a lot. And we want to go win money with him, so let's get on board. And let's get some more people here, will you? We got 7 people watching now. Okay, lighting up for people. This is cheers for you on my cancer stick. Thank God for Moderna, because I want to smoke my cancer stick. We're at 418. See, a lot of people, they couldn't conceive that it was even going up. We're $3,200 up, and we're going to continue riding it up because there's no sense in doing anything else. And maybe by the end of today in this one account, we'll be doing a lot better than we anticipated. So maybe we can forget about the day trading rule in this account, which I don't think like that. What I think is we need to change the rules for everybody. I don't think about just myself, but that's the problem in this world. People think that the better way to get the most is to be greedy and think about just oneself only. But the truth is, when everybody's doing that, we have such a worse off world. And that's really not the best world. And just loving yourself is very empty. The greatest value that you have is when others love you. It's just like I said earlier. Your happy healer lover does things for you, studies, loves, and cares about you. And if he didn't exist loving you, you wouldn't have that force out there working for you. So love that when people love you, it's a great force that lifts you. It's what we all want. It's the better world. 417.50. Looking good. Spick and span. We didn't even get a chance to talk about breaking through 415. It just went boom. And that's what I told you, why it goes boom. We have earnings tomorrow in the morning. Today is the last day to make a movement on the open market. And this is an amazing stock that has been empowered. They believed in what they were doing well before COVID ever came along. They were working on all these great things. And I talk about HIV and cancer quite a bit because they're advanced in those areas, but also because, there's a lot of things that are just like that Moderna is working on. And I've made shows, and I'll continue to give you more information on that sets them apart from others. They've always had this as their main core interest. Their main core interest was not being a COVID vaccine company. It just so happens that they were empowered to do that based on the mRNA technological platform. And now they've been empowered to do all the other things that they were already doing before COVID, and to do COVID too. These booster shots, all these things are going to be making a difference. And that if you watch my previous programs, back when the stock was trading around $100, I said right out then, this company is going to be monumental, because when these variants come in, like the Delta variant and all these other variants from various places around the world, they're going to move fast and they're going to put a kink in things. And Moderna is going to be the company, because within 2 months after, did you know this? You might not know this. Moderna's actual vaccine that they're working with now, it was produced within 2 months. Can you imagine what they could even do now if something new comes out and they need to make a new vaccine for it? The reason why it took so long is because of doing the other stuff. You have to make sure it's safe and this and that. It was the first time mRNA technological platform was used. Now we know it does work. So the next time we could be a lot quicker with these booster shots. They intend to be quicker. So Moderna's going to have a big uphand and all that. They think other companies are onto this, but these companies that take 2 years to build the vaccine and then the whole game changes on them, they can't move like Moderna does within 2 months to make something that's viable and that works. So what they end up doing is losing. They can't keep up. They're using old technology in a new world. And that's what I want to see, more and more of a new world. And, I hate it when I see this corruption and people not knowing the difference, they think it's okay, but the corruption is killing our chances and our hope for our young ones and for us. Sure, I smoke, but you know what? We should be so brilliant that we can overcome these impediments. Because how did I get up with these cigarettes? It's because life hit me so hard. I was a drug addict back then because doctors, I was on the cloud nine heading right towards, doing all the most wonderful things in life. I was a general manager for Boston Market at a young age. I was on top of my game, and these guys, they gave me drugs for my back. And that's all I ever got on. I never did street drugs. But it was enough. And one doctor that I was unfortunate enough to meet, he ended up going to prison for how awful he was with this, hurting so many lives. And so, the consequences are grave to these people's greed and corruption. And they did that for greed. The Purdue family, they knew this drug was wildly addictive, and they did it because they wanted that money. And people, then they get hooked on it. So it's so wrong. And back in 2013, I was looking to get off of them so bad. And so I decided, let me take on another thing, like cigarettes, so maybe I could take my mind off that. That's how it all began. And yeah, I got away from all that, but now I got cigarettes. I mean, these guys, there's always something bad to pay for the hell and the greed that goes out in the world. That's why I say, don't accept that. Please don't accept that. Let's all do better for each other. Let's all expect better for each other. And so we're at 415.60. It looks like it's crouching to jump again in my view. And we're up 3,000 on those particular calls, and I hope you're doing well. We've got 7 people on board. Make sure you ask any questions. And I'm just looking at the Moderna channel only. I went live on a few other channels, so if you're out there and I'm not seeing you, I love you. This is about Moderna, and I'm your happy healer lover. You already know that. The price is at 416.80, so 416.30. It looks like we're making that movement back up after what we had just done. We're going to go ahead and open up on this. We are looking at the day chart, and things have pointed down there just for a tad, because we came down from almost 420 at that point. So we're testing a new level. We already skipped right there. It is 418.38. We skipped right on past. There we are, looking back up again. We skipped right on past 415. We didn't even need to test that. And here we are. You see how 415 was right past? We were at 409, and it just said, bam, right past, right to 418. And now it's testing for going on to 420. So if you wanted to get in with a call, now's probably a good time in my view. Again, that's not financial advice. That's my opinion. And if you do take that action and lose money, I'd be incredibly shocked, and I'd be sorry for you, but it would not be my fault. So that's the way we do it, and we're lovers. We are lovers. We're at 417.50. Profit's looking good. I think we're going to spike right on past 420 here soon. And, we might get it all the way up to 500 today, actually. But I do believe we'll get to the 450 mark. There's just, can you imagine the euphoria? We know that earnings is coming in the morning, and what they're going to expose is going to be great. And Moderna has been realizing its true value for a long time. It's had a lot of downward manipulation and a lot of short selling and a lot of people that believe in it at the same time. So these people that believe in it are buying into it. It got on the S&P 500. The CEO Bentel says he wants a 10x company, and he's serious about that, and I knew it from the beginning. He's very low-key and humble, but in his humble way, he's vocal about it. And he said it a couple of times. People seem to miss it. But that's the best way a company can rise, is just when they're cool, calm, and collected, but yet rising. So we're back up at all-time highs again. That's sitting at 418.53. I suspect we'll be breaking through 420 in a moment. So, folks, God bless you. I love you. And I hope you're making a lot of money. Can you feel it? Hold on. Can you hear it? Can you sense it? That's the sound of 450 coming. Can you sense it? That's the sound of making lots of money. Can you sense it? That's us being tested. Will we pass the test? Can you sense it? Oh, there's jerks out there. We live in greed hell. stuff it aside. It's the wrong world. We're going for God's world. Can you sense it? It improves life and gives us a vision we didn't have before. Remember when I was saying all those lovely things a few weeks ago? Talk to me in the comments. Anybody remember that? Remember when I was on a roll? Is anybody here that witnessed all that? Pissed me off. Those bears pissed me off. They don't see the value in this stock. And I flipped on them. I got a little happy healer lover crazy on them. And I was giving them all kinds of hell, you know. And I have the ability to do that quite easily because I don't get embarrassed about things. Why be embarrassed? You live a very short time. We're all supposed to be lovers. I'd be embarrassed if I was a hater, greed, hell bastard like most people are. And that's when I'd be embarrassed. And so we're going to go ahead and look at a better way of seeing this chart that exposes the price as well. Remember, we've already been above 418. We're testing these new levels. We'll go ahead and zoom out a bit. You see we're just testing it and consolidating. Soon we'll break out of that. And $30 up on the day. People said it was impossible. $30 up on the day. People said we were going to be going into the puts and that they're going to be printing. The bears have been saying this since $100. It's going to zero. They have no clue why they think that, except for that they've been trained by hedge funds that being a shorty is the way to make money. That by being optimistic in the market and for companies that are supposed to be changing the world, they're on the right track, and that investors are too focused on what greed hell does. So they're out there trying to short them and destroy them. The very companies that might save their lives, they're out there trying to destroy them. So 418.50 we're still at again, and we sit in these price ranges. It crouches, it jumps until finally and suddenly and all at once, just like you seen a moment ago, it just breaks out and it goes from 410 to 420, doggone almost. Passed right up 415. We didn't have to test the 415 mark. Now we're beyond 420. Now we're beyond 420. I bought my 5th call. We're looking good. I feel good about everything. See, when you're at 415 and you're saying, oh, I'm going to buy a call, that always feels tough because you're already at 415. You're sitting at an all-time high. It's really difficult to make these choices, especially with your pattern day trade rules. Every choice has to be calculated and true. And guess what? I'm right here with you to work through those difficult choices, to get them right and to win. That's exactly what the rules are for, is to keep you down. But then we learn ways to get around them because we're smarter. And we use love, and love gives us a vision. 420, we got over it twice now. We spiked over 420 again. Now we are over 420. We're at 420.10, 420.09. Are we going to stay over 420? I certainly do think so. We're going to grow from 420. This is a new level. We've tested it. We're back down to 418.76. 419. So you get the point. We're breaking through 420. You get the feel. This is what you need to learn. And then you get the feel for what the market's doing. And you can be a little bit more like your happy healer lover and gain that happy healer lover vision. That is also valuable and has kept me 100% correct for quite a long time on Moderna and all of its movements, even in ways that were never suspected by anybody else, because it just seems so unpractical. It just seems so unreal. But yeah, I knew it to be true because I'm looking at the factors that matter most, while some people are just focused on what greed hell tells them is important. Greed hell is a weak force. It's not like God's love and truth. We use it because we're confused. We use it because we're scared, not because we're courageous. And you could already see how I am. I'm not one of these scaredy cats. I've seen death. I've lost my mother. I've lost my father. I've lost 2 of my brothers, one just a few months ago. And I hate death. And that's why I want to see the new world come in, where it empowers us and gives us the ability to create new things. And that's what Moderna does, and people shit on it. We're at 419. We're still checking and, breaking through that 420 mark. There's a lot of lifting power in Moderna, realizing its value. I do not suspect that from here it will drop massively. Just like I said when it was at 400 earlier, that some people wished at 340 when they said that was too high. Buying in at that range was way too high. Well, then when we reach 400, they think back $60 ago, how they wish they bought in at that range and how it would have paid so well. Well, we did the same thing at 400, and now we're at 420 looking back and saying we wish we bought in at 400. But if you're here with your happy healer lover, you did. And you even got it lower. And we're not greedy bastards. We're not focused on a world that's just for ourselves. God favors our views because we get our views from God. Our almighty creator happens to be an almighty lover. I'm 42 years old. There's not much to be scared of. I experienced a lot of things. Greed hell is for death itself. It's out to kill everybody. And the main goal for people in greed hell is to try and live as much life as they can before they die. And greed hell is always dampening how much you can really do of that, keeping you in a scared state and dying earlier. And people are so scared of being broke, living on the street, or living in a van like I do, like a champ. And I keep my spirits up no matter what. Why? Because I'm in God's world. This is my world. You're just in my world. If you find me on your lawn one day sleeping in a sleeping bag because it's all I got, just remember, you're sitting in my world. Be thankful for that. That's just the way I look at it. This is my world. God's a lover. He provided all this for me. And, you think of it the same way. Everybody's the center of their own worlds, loving and spreading love and appreciation outwards. That's how you get the best world. So for 1863, again, this is one of those times I'll just kind of send a little reminder out. If you sold all your positions right now, like me, you're up $3,500. That's plenty for the day. And that's not counting the other one. So with the other one, you're up $5,000. You could just simply be done for the day. And have done very well. And so if that's your plan, that's fine. A lot of people might just go ahead and decide to do that. That's what taking profit is. And so that's why you see these movements. But guess what? This has still got a lot of power behind it. Nothing has changed. Earnings is still ahead of us, not behind us. And so after these movements are done, people are reminded, wait a second, this is going up. And some people, they got out at 420 and only to buy right back in at 417. And so, they've got freedom of movement because they're over $25,000. Well, sticking with your happy healer long enough, you will be too. And so that'll be good. But don't forget, you might be down and out at another point in life. It could be right around the corner. So you also better be thinking about people that are less fortunate every step of the way. You can't be a multimillionaire not thinking about those who are suffering. Otherwise, your soul is black. And when you get to the deathbed, you're going to be regretting every bit of life. That money did nothing for you. All it did is destroy your hopes to have a great afterlife and to be able to help our current life and to make things better and to have experiences and to be appreciated by people. That's the main value. You could have done so much to be appreciated by people. That special love by doing God's work. We're at 416.83, 417. Okay, so let's take this moment right now to remind everybody at Weeble that we're still going, and also about how they could have been if they were with us. And I'll see if anybody else is talking about it. Let's see, where did you guys leave your comments to say come to the Happy Healer now? I'm not going to even leave a comment. I'm looking for yours. We're at ModernaExcels. Where are you? No, not there. ModernaExcels. Where are you? Let's make sure this is all updated. Okay, last comment just now. Who is still buying puts on this? Show your profits. I bet that IV is crushing you. True. True. Are you watching your Happy Healer Lover on ModernaExcels? Exclamation mark. We are up big time and doing so well. So happy. Period. We are a family of lovers just kicking butt. Period. Now you could... that extra part should be out of there. Just kicking butt. Oh, Drew. I didn't say Drew. Do you remember me saying Drew? Hey there. Are you watching your Happy Healer Lover? That's not how I spell that, but whatever. I'm at their... no. No. And more no. What's the price doing? We're at 414.51. You always got to kind of be aware of what's going on. So right now, I think this is a good time to buy in if you want to buy in, if you're feeling bullish about it, which I am, and you can get in at that price. Because remember, earnings are ahead of us, not behind us. And so it's 413.66. Again, you could go ahead and say, look, I'm up a certain amount. I want to get out. I'm good. And you know what? If we didn't have the pattern day trade rules, bam, I'd be doing it already. I'd already be doing it because I'd get back in lower. I mean, it's insane. These pattern day trade rules lock us by the wrists. They're so wrong. They give us so little movement. Fuck it, good enough. We got, see, that's how it ends. Because right now we got stock movement to worry about. So 411.63. And, the bears are excited right now because they see from 420. But that could be a big, big bear trap for them. They think they're doing good, but they're not doing as good as they honestly think. Let's get back in there. ModernaExcels. What do you got to say to me? I see you have Coinbase. What do you have in there? Yeah, we'll talk about that sometime. Right now it's about Moderna. All right, so we made a bit of a bump here, and then we set back a little bit. Now we're going to come up from that, okay? So remember, I could totally be about selling and getting back in and selling and getting back in. But this son of a bitch, you do that, and then you can't move around as much. And you know what I'm talking about. It's wrong, and I'll just keep saying it over and over again. We better get to our congressman and tell him how wrong it is. Hershey's makes it better. Yeah, that pattern day trade. And then they want to come and counsel you on it. They want to come and berate you on it. And they want to, give you lessons about it. Unbelievable. All right, 413. Remember, people get doubt. It dropped 420 to 411. Now it's time to go. I gotta sell now. I told you earlier, didn't I? And we didn't even see something like this yet. I told you earlier. You will be tested. You'll be tested. Before it gives you the big gift, you will be tested. I didn't see any of your comments on Webull sending people here. I left one. Why don't you go like it? Why don't you say, hey, I'm here under it? Get some excitement about it so we can grow more. Remember, people there, they already know me. And this is a new way to see me. So they will come, but they have to know about it. Okay, we're 413. We got up to 414 for a moment, but now we're doing this back and forth movement. Let me come up on this phone. And there it is. You see our snake? Which way do we want to go? It's what the snake is doing. It's coming up is what it wants to do. And when it does come up, now's a good time to buy in. By the way, you already know that. I've been telling you this. If you're interested in getting, in fact, I'm going to do that if I can get in under 415. If I can get in quick enough, that's what I'm going to do. Under 415, come on. We're at 414 right now. Come on, quick. That's what you got to do is be able to move fast or you'll be out of it. Okay, we're at 414. Get in there. Done. Almost. Make sure your order's for what you want. 1 instead of 50, for example. Okay. Check your order status. Make sure it's going through. Mine is working. It's not done yet. Set it for a market order. Do what you got to do. The prices are thick and stuff. It would have been better off to get in earlier. We might be on a fast pace right back to 420. A. B. We might be just up to 415, down to 413, up to 417. There's all kinds of ways to get there. All right, so we're sitting on 6 contracts now. We're believers. Not believers like Justin Bieber. Yeah, he's a good-looking guy, but not Justin Bieber. Man, dude's got a pretty big wiener, too. You ever see those? That doesn't matter. The funny thing is that's where human life is. Just being so open, talking about what is in your inner heart. People don't do that. And, yeah, believer. Give me a baraka. We got to talk about people and not just believers. So fortunate, right? In the world of greed hell. It's got a good life. Cute, good-looking guy, big wiener. All the girls like him. All the guys like him. And what we need in life is just for that kind of love to be spread out more. And for people to care about each other all over the place. All right. EMF Solutions, I'll tell you what I got in there, but we'll have to get into that later. 415.39, we have gone over the mark of 415. Man, that was a beautiful setback for those who wanted to buy in. Think about it. These setbacks are great times to buy in. Right now we're at 414, and tonight I'm going to be on Beyond ModernaExcels as well. So make sure you do reminder and get all notifications. Tomorrow in the morning I'll be on. We'll be talking about the earnings report, 413.81. On Monday of next week, no, forget that. Tonight at 7 p.m. we'll be doing American Mantics, and that'll be on ModernaExcels. And even though it doesn't have much to do with Moderna, talking about this world, what our goals are. 413.39. Now's a great time if you want to pick up. Maybe I'll watch it here for another 5 minutes and see what it does. Again, whatever you start doubting yourself, just remember, earnings is there in front of us, not back there. It's up here. So just kind of keep that in mind, and all the energies that come with that, and the people who believe in Moderna and where it's going. Yeah, all these Restream bot messages, my goodness. I should turn that off. So we're at 413.80 going to 414. And it'll have these cool-off periods. Remember, it's making massive movements. People are not agreeing on the price. People are saying, oh my God, it's at 420? I need to cash in. I'm taking my money. And then it comes down a little, but then it's like, once they're all done with their little squabbling right there at that little level, and then the rest of us just plow through it. And then we're at 430. I suspect we'll be at 450 when it's done. And again, I wouldn't blame you. You did well enough. And you're up quite a bit, and you're ready to move on. How could I blame that? That's a home run. All right, 411. Now's a great time. How can you just get that up, right? I'm gonna get in for another call. I'm gonna pull it out more in the future, make it around 450. One call. So they're between 620 and 660. Price now is at 409. I'll pick this baby up for about 640. Okay. Unless something larger is going on in the market, you got to be aware of that too. Make sure your price is what you're looking for. Make sure your order amount's only one, not like 20. We're at 408, so just let it do what it's doing. I didn't execute yet. Okay, it seems like it's bouncing around funny at 408. I'm going to go ahead and execute my order. And it's so close, I'm going to make it a market order and send it on out. Okay, so let's see. That's done. I'm still up. We're at 407. Let's see what's going on in the general market. This is what our chart looks like. We're at 407. Don't be scared. Remember, we're big movements. This is Moderna making big movements. It's volatile. There's a lot of energies coming into this. And what's the worst that can happen? You're scheduling yourself. You've already made a ton of money on this. You're keeping yourself safe. Even at these levels, we're still up. Even though I just bought in some, we're still up. 408, these are good levels to buy in at, actually. And look, it's already starting to turn around. And these are great levels to buy in at. In my view, you make your own choice. Remember, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just your happy healer lover. And yeah. Sorry, so let's go ahead and dip out just for a moment, only because we want to see what other stocks might be doing. Let's look at, for one thing, if I could find the doggone thing, there it is, and see what this guy's doing. Yep, he's up a little bit, 220 up. So that tells us, okay, that didn't dip, so there's nothing major in the market there. Let's see, now, the only thing is we have a lot of volatility, and so it's taking us all over. Tesla, okay, it's doing okay. Just kind of getting a feel with the market, that's all. Let's look at Pfizer. Okay, it's down a little, but that's just, I hate that stock. I don't hate it, it's just, it's not Moderna. Amazon. We're just getting an idea. We're at 411, we're going up already. That's why we bought when we were down. SPY, let's look at the SPY. Okay, so yeah, nothing bad in the market that's going to affect us. So we're getting right back to our stock. I'm very confident about it. There's no reason why that had to happen, and it was a great buying opportunity in my happy healer lover view. That's why now I am sitting on 7 contracts for the day. Yep, that's where we're at. Let's zoom in on that and watch our movements from there. I think it's very healthy what just happened. Very, very healthy. And contrast what you just seen happen here with what the people on the Webull chat saying. Oh, the Bears are winning. Get these guys. They cost so much people money with their FUD bull crap. That was the dip we needed to get a couple of good prices, wasn't it? That's the dip we needed to go to 430 and 450 where we're headed. Think about it. Think about it. Look at that chart. It really tests things. It really does its, all of its due diligence on the way to 450. And it's been doing that the whole time on all of its movements. So it's nothing separate from that which it has been doing the entire time. Let's look at that chart. So we made a pretty good reach up into the sky. Now we're just dipping down a wee bit here. Let me make a comment on here, remind everybody how great we're doing. Hey folks, it's your happy healer. We are doing outstanding! Exclamation mark. Remember, we have to crouch to jump! Exclamation mark. Remember, we're having healthy movements that before we test 430, we have to consolidate around 420. Period. So that's what we're doing! Exclamation mark. I hope you're on board for the big lift! Exclamation mark. I suspect we will hit 450 by the day's end, and I hope you're with us. Period. Okay. We're at 412. Hallelujah. Yeah, they do. I learn to not pay attention to their antics. Yes, just my happy healer lover mantics. Not their antics, our mantics. Why mantics? Because we are romantic about all of what we know. Because we got in deep and we understand things to the nitty gritty. 412.33. And remember, there's no reason. We look back at all those other movements. There was no reason to see that big drop. When I seen that, I said, bye, bye, bye. People are liking the comment they just made. Amen, brothers. Amen, sisters. Let's take it to the sky. We'll look at that wonderful guy. We're at 412:34. And I'm a lover, and I love you all. I'm already married to all of you. That's how come I can have children. That's how come I can still have fun with guys too, even. And I want to be safe. I don't want no diseases. And, that's like a cool world. And I love you, and you love me too. For 1190, just kind of floating around that mark. Don't worry, we got this. If you're a bull, feel pretty good about things. That's what the records are telling us right now. If you are a bull, feel confident about things. That's what the records are telling us right now. If I were to look at any other stocks and say, oh, are there opportunities there? Yeah, I do see them, but I'm focused on our stock. I'm an SME on this stock, a subject matter expert. I try to stay focused on the things that I can offer value on and offer some help on when things go down. We can build our confidence on. Moderna has a track record. We're at 413. Moderna has a track record of showing itself to work very well with the insights that I'm providing. However, just know that these insights that I use and my happy healer lover vision, love for the world, seeing things out, I don't see things through a prism of greed. I see things through a prism of love. That gives me a very accurate vision for things. It's what I credit most to my ability to call out this stock's price so accurately. For such a long time, and we're going on 413.60, going to 414, and hopefully you jumped in at 407, 408 when it was there for a bit, and that you're profiting nicely off of this movement. And so yeah, that's all it is. It's doing our very best for people that we love and that we care about, and that will never change. Okay, so you're sitting on 4 now, EFM Solutions. Good for you. Dude, I just got 2 more contracts. So proud of you. And they're up. Now they're up. Now you're being rewarded for that. 414.84, 415. That's what listening to your happy healer lover does. Can you do me a favor, EFM Solutions? Can you do me a favor, please? Go to that Webull or share this on your ability to share. But go to the Webull and let them know that we're doing well over here and that they should be joining us. And the more people that we get watching this is the more that we're helping our own investment too, because they're only going to get more information on how to be successful in Moderna, as well as while increasing their odds of taking nice wins home today. And I'm very transparent about where I'm at as well through the process. And right now I'm actually up $2,700, sitting on 4, 5, 6, 7 contracts, and all calls, no puts. Sometimes I talk about puts as a backup for insurance, but I don't see the sense in it. Not right now, and almost never. And then per Lita, let me just show you this. I'm going to go ahead and go over these comments so we can actually do it live. And let's see. Let's go to my name here. And so you see we got 5 likes. And one of them is me. I think when everybody makes a comment, they always like their own comment to start with because it's hidden, right? Nobody can see that you liked your own comment, and then it gets things going. Sometimes I do that, sometimes I don't. I forget. It's not a big deal, but like you could see on the one under, I didn't do it. But anyway, so this person says earnings will destroy most of its gains, though. That's not true. That is not true. I don't believe that. And I mean, anything can happen. But they say this like it's a blanket fact. You say that like it is a blanket fact. You say that like it is a blanket fact. Exclamation mark. However, it is anything but. Exclamation mark. Why? Question mark. Because you're not using the facts, and I am, and I have been right for quite a while, and I feel strongly that the earnings will do nothing more than confirm the stock price, and if it's under $500, help it lift to its true values. That's good. We'll just stop there. I have all day for that. Last time I was talking on this thing, the stock dropped. Okay, so there we go. Left a comment there. Hold on. I'm gonna come back here and see that nothing I have is showing me the stock price at the moment. Okay, 413.40. Okay, so that's all right. We're making healthy movements around there. All right, so guys, talk about getting to ModernaExcels. Come join us at ModernaExcels. Get more of these people coming and joining us, so we join our little outfit, our team of winner lovers. We've got a nice team of winning lovers at ModernaExcels on YouTube. Period. You have to search it out. It's very easy. Type in exactly what I just put there, all one word, period. Remember love when you're doing it, and remember that you want to pocket some money and be with people that think like you and show you the truth rather than continuously scare you. Period. And so the only question left is, where are you? Question mark. Why are you not here? Question mark. Is it because you got to type ModernaExcels into YouTube? Question mark. Well, if you can't handle that, then I guess you're not going to be able to handle what else you need to do to win. Period. God bless you, and we'll see you soon. And out the door. And we're at 413.58. Folks, things look very sexy on the line. Period. We look like we're going to make it to 450 nice and healthy today. Period. It's not even noon yet. Exclamation mark. I looked at all the other stocks and metrics and connections, and everything's looking great. Period. And that's to fight some of the FUD. And again, people are listening. Thousands of quiet people in the background. We're at 415.49. It's like I make comments and the stock literally moves. 416. Again, I don't know if that's what's happening, but it seems like it sometimes, doesn't it? Okay. That's why I need to get him out there. And then you'll have a newbie that shows up and says, hey, who's this happy healer lover guy? Who does he think he is? What does he think he's got? No, just trying to help people. There you go. Higher highs, higher lows. And we've got 415 turning to 416. And I bet you're happy for buying those calls when I told you to buy them. And see, most people were thinking about panicking and scaring. They were selling their calls. They were listening to the bears who were buying puts. No, not here. We don't do that. We work with courage and love and care. Remember, what is the opposite of greed? Care. Greed is the selfish force. Love is the care force. Greed is, by definition, the forces of the devil. I teach this. I know it to be fact. And love is the forces of God. That's why I dedicate my life to that. That's why I see so clearly. And greed is working with hate and hell and all of what comes with greed. And love is working with care and courage. So what does greed do? How does the market work in greed help? It works with greed and fear. So you already know this as a lover. What do lovers work with? They work with care and courage. Not fear, courage. And so, yeah, it's easy for us to do the right thing. It's natural for us because we're lovers. 417 is where we're headed. And then we'll break through that 420. Eventually we'll be at 430. Oh, thank you, Guy. Thank you. I appreciate that. EFM Solutions. That's what we all need to be doing, sharing and using any way we can in order to give people the right information. I mean, people can still make a lot of money on this thing. It's going to go to $500 in my view by tomorrow. And, totally possible. A lot more possible than going down to 300 like these jokers are saying, trying to scare people. It's unbelievable. And, we just have to get more people watching and being able to take advantage of that so that they, too, can be a part of our group moving up to the skies. We got a bunch of fours in front of us. 41, 14, 14. Oh, wow. Well, it wasn't 41, 4. That would be nice. It was 41, 4, 14. Now it's 414.95. Again, just testing in that area. We'll go ahead and blow that up a bit. Let's check our volume. Our volume is looking healthy. Remember, we're going into earnings. And where is earnings? Is it in front of us or behind us? Well, then you know where the magnet is. It's leading us to what's great. And when we get into the earnings, it's going to be unveiling so many wonderful things. How they've been making money, how they've been empowered, all the wonderful progress they've been making on these other developments. They will tell you. In fact, let's right now. I don't know if we have time for this. We're at 416. I want to stay focused on a stock. Every time I take my mental, God-loving, spiritual energy off the stock, the doggone thing drops. So we're at 416.90. 417. Come on, Moderna. I'm going to look for EMF Solutions comment on here. Let's see where it is. And then we'll look for your guys' too. 417.78 is where it's at. Let's see. I got to give my own a like so I can see if others like. Do you ever notice that? That's the other thing why I like my comments, is because you can't see if somebody else liked it until you like it. It doesn't show up for some reason. A little glitch in the software. Like here. Okay. Puts start today, get out. I mean, come on. This is such a joker. These are such jokers. They don't even... Just give them a downvote, and maybe you got the time. You could tell them what a joker that nonsense is. It's like they mislead people, and they just don't stop. It's like no shame, no lesson learned, no love. Yeah, right back up like a star, brother. That's right back up like a star, period. 500 possible after earnings? Absolutely. Except for, let's see what people are saying. So we got 40% saying yes. We have 54% saying no. And we have 2% saying never. No, we have 6% saying never. The yeses are where I'm at. I'm absolutely believing 500 is possible. Yeah, it's possible. Totally possible. Yeah, $500 is totally possible on Moderna by the end of this week or by earnings, period. Moderna. I didn't say that. Whatever. Take it. Move on. We're at 416.93. May as well be 417. 417. We're going to be at 418 soon. 417.56. Let's see how we're doing on our profit and loss. No losses, thank goodness. We're up at 33.61 on these 7 contracts we're currently active in. How many contracts are you guys active in? How many people that are here right now are active in contracts versus are you just buying stock? And if you're buying stock, how much stock did you buy? And if you're in contracts, how many contracts are you in? And if you want to put the strike price, that'd be nice to know. Leave a comment below. Thank you. I'll be looking at it. For 1731. And apes are lovers. Do you see those messages that keep coming up? That ape community, man, I want to see so bad AMC spike to a new high, because I really do know this is how we change the world. Those apes don't even know what they're doing is unity, which is a love force, and they don't even know that they're doing that, love and courage that gets them to believe and hold. Back when I seen AMC and I seen GameStop, I said, oh, these pump and dumpers, I can't stand them. But then I realized something. For months and months and months, these guys were holding. They were not pump and dumpers. And I seen the pump and dumpers. They're all over the place, like on IDEX. Drove me nuts. And these guys here, they're not pump and dumpers. They're buy and holders. The apes like to buy and hold. And I love it because it shows me what they're really after. And what they're really after is to beat the hedge funds down. The people who are selling our futures out cheap. Right now we're at 417.30. And that's exactly what the apes do. I love them for that. So is that a great movement? Yes. Although I was losing my ass over there because I do options and the options dried up. I mean, first they give you a lot and then they dried up. And again, I'm not as good like a subject matter expert in AMC like I am Moderna. And so I was there because of the movement, because of the people. And when lovers come together, they have to unite to make a difference. So I was there. And in fact, some people would think I know and am behind that more than I am Moderna from a fundamental level, but that's absolutely not true. 418.28 is where we're at. I hope you picked up those cheaper calls. We're going to be right back at our all-time highs. It's where we are. We're going to be breaking through 420. That's our next goal on our way to 430. Good deal, brother. EMF Solutions says he's got 4 contracts active. EMF Solutions in at 430, 450, and 460. Now, for those 430, yeah, that's a good one. Those are good. Those are all good. All right, if anybody was in, say, at 390, I would ask, why are you holding on to those deep contract profits? Your call is expiring Friday. Sell that sucker. Take that money, of course, because unless you have more than 25,000, you can't be freedom. So make sure you have more money, wire more money, or that you're over 25,000, and take that money or other money, and sell that one out. Take that money, put it aside, and buy something more, in tune with the current strike price or even above it. Thinking about calls, not puts, and thinking like what our friend here says. 430, 450, 460, you get some good prices in those. And then as it rises in value quite quick, believe it or not. And they become those really expensive contracts, except for you bought them well in advance and you made a lot of money on them, and you could even buy more than them than you could even imagine. So that's what I think is smart to do. Right now we're at 417.83. So we're just, that's how it works. You go to break through a new level, you get tested, you get knocked down a little bit, you go to break through the new level again. And that's where some of this money could be made if we didn't have these day trading rules holding us back. $416.89. And we're up quite a bit, looking good. The people are, California asks, who can tell me who is behind this Moderna pump? It's the people. They're realizing Moderna's true value. It's been held down for so long. If you want to talk about, seems like you're talking about manipulation, like you're a bear and you're disgruntled. You can't understand how you knew so much it was going down, but instead it went up beyond all. I mean, everything resists. Everything has to fall down with gravity, right? That's what you're thinking. But you're wrong, because Moderna was held back by extreme short selling and people who were holding it down, buying in, manipulating, and getting price action in their own way. I don't think it's upstanding at all. This thing should have been at $200 from the end of last year. My options would have done very well back then if this was working the way it should have. And it's taken a while because the fudsters that are always out there saying the worst things about Moderna were then saying the same things, but they were all virtually wrong, like I knew they would be. It was easy for me to see as a lover. They were wrong, and so here they are saying the same things and still confused, and they're still wrong, and so that's why. So all right, if I tell you Moderna is losing 30% from its peak, who can tell me who is behind this Moderna pump? If I tell you Moderna is losing 30% from its peak, no, I'm not a bear. Okay, well, that's cool. All that stuff is good. Yeah, no, people just sometimes are just looking at it, trying to decide what they think. All right, so right now we're making another little dip here, trying to break through 420, which is becoming a resistance level for us as we have 6 minutes coming on the 12 o'clock noon hour. In other words, we have plenty of time to break through this, and we're in a very healthy spot right now. We're up $28. There's a lot of driving forward momentum. The price moves fast. Moving 5 or 10 points for Moderna is like nothing. It moves that in a cinch. And so, all you can do is try to get in at the right prices so that you can make money and that you can be comfortable for where you're at. And so he says, no, I'm not a bear. That's good. And you shouldn't be. You should just be focused on what the stock's doing and to make money on it. But also, from looking from that perspective, we don't want like short sell bears. That's whatever. The stock should be determined by buyers and sellers, not by this outside force trying to knock it down. This manipulation that needs to go. It's hurting American companies. And then other people that attach themselves to that energy, just totally detestable. Oh, I know this is a for sure winner because this is against us, the people, and we always lose. So attach to that and call the people fools as we win. You know what? That works for them a lot. So they thought they'd come in Moderna and do it. I don't like that attitude. All right, so this dip down is about half as so far as it went the last time, and it's already making a turn back. If you wanted to buy in a call or one of those things, I think now is a good time looking for a dip. And if you're, personally, I'm healthy. I'm good. I'm not buying anything more until I see that sucker say at least 430. That's where I'm at. And by then, I'll be restructuring things. It's very important to restructure things as you go. It's important to have a game plan and an exit strategy. All of this stuff is important. You can't ultimately control every last little thing, but the things that you can, if you have game plans for them, then you're ultimately set up for a better day. On bears days where things are bad, we ultimately don't lose that much, but on where things are doing good, and that's because we employ good methods and ways and means, and we have a good vision. And we are not fearful in terms of our movements. Oh, it's time to sell? We sell. It's time to buy? We buy. We move quick with decisiveness. We don't have all these hang-ups like what Greed Hell has. All right, so 412.42, these are great prices to buy in. Again, this is about half as so far as it went down when it dipped the last time. It went down to 407 approximately. Let me look at this. We'll go ahead and bring... We'll go ahead and bring this back to this sucker here. Folks, things look very sexy. Yeah, sure they do. Let's see. At 413.25, we're going to bring out the chart here. Yeah, we're looking good. Went down halfway. Now we're back up on our way up again. And we'll test that 420 mark again. And let's have some confidence going through it. I think we'll break through it here pretty shortly. We're coming up on the 12 o'clock hour. It's 3 minutes till. Things are looking good. You seen just a moment ago where our profit is at on that other account. Remember, the first account we're already up. We closed that out. I mean, how quick did that happen, fam? That was like done within the first 20 minutes. That's because we make decisive actions. And I'm going to tell you what my next move is. At 420, when we get to 420, if at 420 we're not busting through and we're hanging out there for a bit, we're around 418, 419 where it was, then, and right now we're even doing a little bit of movement around, then I'm going to consider, once we make that leap, I'm going to consider dropping everything and then on the next drop down to buy back in again with what I have left. Because you know what? This is getting insane, these ups and downs. You got to make some money on that stuff if you can. And I really do suspect we're going to break through this 420 soon. So the last thing you want to do is sell your positions right before you break through the next level and you're at 430. Oh my goodness. If you do that and you're sitting on, like I am, 7 contracts right now, you cost yourself quite a bit. What's $700 times 7? Well, there you go. $4,900. That's what you cost yourself if it jumps $10 and you weren't paying attention. Approximately. All right, let's see what else is being said in comments here. California Appliance, how's it going? He also said here, whole market is red because MMs are pulling money out of the entire market. Tomorrow's NASDAQ and SPY will gap up and then red. Thank you for that. Moderna is about to cause the correction in the market because Moderna caused enough loss to him. Same sucker is behind AMD as well. Calm down there, California. I think we're going to do okay. We're coming back down again, and let's see if we dip as below where we got to the last time. We'll see how far it goes. And we're at 412 right now. I don't think we're going to... This is not a dip day. Remember, earnings are still ahead of us. Where's the magnet? It's that way. When you zoom out, you see, oh my goodness. You mean it... Whoa-ohs. 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 Oh my goodness, let's move this back. You mean we moved all that way up and we're just kind of between 408 right here and 422 right there, just bouncing back and forth, consolidating before it makes its next big move? Well, then why are all these people scared? Earnings is ahead of us, not behind us. We should be looking for good buy-ins. You better believe it. Hey, where's he at? California Appliance. Why don't you call in? Jason says, what butt are you smoking? LOL, Bud Green? Yeah, I have some green too, but I'm not smoking that so much. I'm just on a cigarette. All right, so what I want to do is have one of you guys call in and we can discuss it. It's nice to have a conversation. So California Appliances, I think you were making some points. And maybe you want to call in, and maybe you do want to do that, and that's okay if you want to do that. And where you go to is Happy Healer for President. It's spelled F-O-R, not the number 4, .com. And on that site, you'll see the phone number so you can call in. And I'll tell it to you now. It's 407-984-5075. If you want to call in and be on the air live with me currently right now, the number to call is 407-984-5075. I'll put you on speaker and we can have a discussion about Moderna. We're at 4:14:30. Time now is 12:01. Welcome to the noon hour. Welcome to the afternoon. Good afternoon. I am your happy healer lover. Today is a great day to express our love and truth in this world, to share that truth with each other and the vision that we have and the clarity, and so that we can help people make some money in Moderna, where your happy healer lover happens to be an SME, the acronym known as a subject matter expert. Yes, that is what I am for Moderna, and so this is ModernaExcels. If you look back at previous videos, we actually talked about this, what is happening now, back then. So that's our clarity. Right now we're at 4:16. Remember, what's in front of us? Amazing stuff. What's behind us? Just a great track record. So that's what we're looking at. I don't know what the bears see. Of course, they see doom and gloom. They project it, they expect it, and they bring it in. Remember, all of our energies are in play at once, and especially in the stock market, you see this well. That's why when I'm president of the United States, which I'm 42 now, I've got plenty of time to share great ideas, logical stuff, and the world is constantly falling apart doing greed hell. Don't underestimate my ability to get to that place, because I'm working for people and I'm working for God and love. But when we do get there, that'll all be a different thing. We'll be uniting these energies and not playing against people and using politics to duopoly to kill people. We'll be making real progress, and you'll be richer than ever. Rich people are afraid of that world because they think they're propelled. They think that they get to be gods in this current world, but really they're not. They're not gods. They're losing everything. They're losing their ass. And so they need to really humble up and do their level best to change that fact about their plight. Everybody's got their own plight. That's the plight of the rich man in greed hell. He thinks he understands everything, but he doesn't. He thinks he's in the best world we can get, but he isn't. And when and if he smelled, tasted, and got a real good feel of God's loving world, the world where love comes back and it combines and it multiplies and it compounds and it unites, and it's our shared spirit that gets things done for all of us. That, when they see that in action, building the material wealth, the love, and translating to the people, and that ultimately speaking that we are building the world of abundance, then we are so capable in that world. We don't have to accept less for people who matter and have purpose and value and a sacred reason for living, but instead we can meet those obligations. That is what lovers do. Greedy bastards will never understand that, and they'll be happier in that world because in this world of hell, they too don't have the solutions for big things. That the world of God's love, I call it American Mantics, would be empowered to come up with solutions you never thought of were problems in the first place, because it is proactive. And we are not confused about where true value comes from. True value comes from people, comes from individuals who have a life to live and experience that's supposed to be so special, but instead it becomes diluted in this world. Okay, so we're at 413.49. I have been looking at it. Don't think I'm ignoring Moderna and just going on and on. We're leveled off, and we're still doing the same thing, but on the higher end of this play. And what some people would call this is a bull flag setting up. You can see, but it's actually kind of a slanted bull flag a little bit. It's going up to its highs, and then it does some consolidation, and then it continues on going high again. Remember, we're already up almost $30 on the day, and that's despite yesterday being up, some $40 or almost $50. And so, I mean, it's just a conglomerate of massive movements that's happening in Moderna, all being pulled and propelled by the ultimate earnings call that is just here, right ahead of us, just right there. And we've also been propelled by the S&P inclusion. We've been propelled by the progress and by what's happening with, a lot of people are humbling down, realizing that COVID is dynamic, it's changing, and that we'll need companies like Moderna to keep our operation and life going, our experiences in life going rather than stopping, like how Greed Hell would love to see us all do. And so all of these things are amounting to, for Moderna, a beautiful reality. Unlike companies like NVAX and VAX, these guys are just focused on what might come true for the future. And based on those facts, they are moving, but not like Moderna. And in fact, if you go back and look at NVAX, and I'll show you here, we're at 414.44 as we go away. Hopefully it'll be higher when we get back. And when you step back here, this is what I don't like. That's why I just throw the app out, come back in, and then I can get a fresh look. All right, so when you come here and you go to NVAX, right here, and you see they're at 224. Go back to their history here. Let's screw back a bit. I mean, this is only the one day. Let's go for like 3 months. Let's do 3 months. This is their price movement. Look at that. That's insane. That is insane. Don't you see the insanity in that price movement? It's gone from 149 to almost to 200, back down to 160 to 200, 160, 200, and then now it's back up over 200 again, but that's based on all this other stuff that's going on. They might have earnings coming up soon too. And I'm not an SME on NVAX at all. I'm not a subject matter expert, but what I do pay attention to is the price of NVAX in comparison to the price of Moderna. And when one is doing well, the other one's doing well, except for that Moderna broke its coupled action with NVAX when it started breaking beyond what NVAX could do, which is quite healthy looking for Moderna because NVAX had already tested levels that Moderna was never at before. Let's go back for a year and take a good full look at this. All right, so if you go right here, which is in February 18th, you would see right at the top of that peak, all right, NVAX got up to $368. Now, Moderna has already surpassed that, right? But then it came back down, and look where it is now. And all of this for a company that's still proving itself and it's new, still hasn't released what it's going to do. It missed a lot of the curve, and it's still not a mRNA vaccine. So, I mean, I asked these guys, explain to me what's so important about this, and it's just got a lot of people behind it, except for that it's not really Moderna, I could clearly see where the value comes from. But there's how we do some comparison. Moderna's at 415.48, and look at its chart in the same way, right? It had some up and downs, but nothing that looked like that crazy. It knows its value on the way up, and it was kicked down here at certain levels, back in January. It was kicked down to like $199, doggone. And, and some people got in well before that. I mean, there's people, let's say if you bought this baby right when the pandemic first started, okay? Imagine if you had done that. You would have gotten it right about here at $16. Imagine if you bought some long calls for the next 2 years. Right then. That would have been really insightful. And, it's really not that hard to see what it was going to do or where it was going. The price now is $415.52. So we're just doing some testing. No worries. Hakuna Matata. It's a wonderful phrase. It means no worries for the rest of my days. It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. Hata. Hakuna Matata. Hata. Hakuna Matata. It's a wonderful phrase. We're at 416. And I can see what's happening. And they don't have a clue. They'll fall in love, and here's the bottom line. Our trio's down to 2. Ow! Sweet killers of twilight, there's magic in the air. And with all this romantic atmosphere, disasters in the air. And that's those doggone bears. We're at 415, and I'm a lover. Okay. So, thank you guys for sharing. That's a beautiful thing. Excuse me. Make sure you have your drink. You take care of your basic needs. I'm running low on mine, so I might need to get up. 4:30. So we've been at this already now for a few hours. How long has our cast been? It's been running now for a bit. What? No. We've been on well longer than 32 minutes. That's not right. What is that thing even trying to say? I'm looking at the streaming monitor. It's telling me we've been live for 32 minutes. Does that sound right to you? We're at 416.28. Folks, I hope you're using on this bull flag, this slanted forward bull flag, I hope you're using this opportunity to get in at the prices you want to get in at. That's what I hope. 416. And where art thou do we stand? Between all accounts, we are up 4,500. Call it a day, huh? Not greedy. But why call it a day? Why should that happen? When you've done your homework, you know the stock, and it's going up. It's not weak right now. Why would you do that? So we stick around. Let's see how long I've been here. I'm going to check your comments in a moment, so you can feel free to leave them. Yeah, I see you guys upvoted my comment there on Moderna. That's awesome. Make sure you do that. People could see it. And they say, oh, wow, this guy, he talks a little bit odd, a little bit crazy, but he's got people that are backing him. So that must be extra special. Let me see what's going on. And that's a great way to really get people's attention if you think about it. All right, we're at 416. ModernaExcels. Why? Because we can. Why not? More like it. Okay, let's see what comments you got here for me. I predicted March 5th bottom of correction. Good job, California. Good job. I am predicting next correction as of today. You really feel that way, California? Get on the phone. Call me. Call me. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about what this thing's going to do next. Let's try and get some more consensus and help people. Why not? Call me. I gave you the number. I'll give it to you again. It's 407-98. I'm going to put it on the damn window. I'm going to put it right up here. And then what is it? I don't know at all. 984-5075. Okay. There you go. Call in. That. There you go. Now you can call in if you like. And I'd like for California, dude, call me in, man. Call in. Let's talk about that. You say today's the day the correction begins. Okay. Call in. And we can discuss it. Maybe you can offer us some consensus that we can appreciate. You're looking into it in a very brilliant way, maybe that I missed. So call in. We need it. We're in the middle of this war right now. Call in. Or retract your crazy statement. Those are the options. If you don't call in, then that's how we'll take it, that you retracted it. Because when you have courage, and we're working on always courage and care here with your happy healer lover, ModernaExcels. But when you're working with courage, then you're looking at things differently. So call in. Let's go ahead and contrast that and see what's happening. And when you're working with courage, you do that thing. You call in and you say what's going on. When you don't have that, then you don't do that. So that's why I say to do that, California. And I love you, my man. No worries. You don't have to feel intimidated at all. 415 was where we're at right now. 415. Just hanging around that level, 415. Remember, it tried to break through 420 and it was rejected. There's a lot of sellers, and perhaps some short sellers even. And then, oh man, shorties, they're the worst out there, huh? And then, so it was rejected. And then it came back again, it was rejected again. But then it remembered, oh wait, earnings is that way, so they're going. So that's all that's happening. No, wait, where's earnings at? It's that way, so they go again. Eventually, we'll break through 420 and get to 430. Right now, the time is 12:17. It's all good. Right now, it's all comfort, just finding itself. Now, California has been reporting to us that other parts of the market is dropping, and that it's due to what Moderna is doing. Okay, whatever the case is, the other part of the market, it can do what it wants to do. Moderna is the one that's running and will be continuing to run in your happy healer lovers' educated view. That's the difference. So I want to hear what you're talking about when you're a bear and you're saying this thing is going down, you just know it for a fact. I mean, for every bear that's ever argued with me, here's an opportunity, a conversation to have with me live about the movement of the stock. I mean, put it out there. Maybe you can do something to help move the direction of it if you really believe that. But you know what? I don't know. I gave you the number and it's sitting on the screen and I don't hear the phone ringing. It's either courage and care or it's greed and fear. Make your choice. You got to work on one of them. I think courage and care is always more profitable, and it's the natural force, it's God's force, and it's better than greed and fear. You can't do both. These are incompatible forces to do all at once. You can't do greed, fear, courage, and care all at the same time. You have to choose which side you're on. These are complete opposite energies. One is the energy of the devil, one is the energy of God Almighty. We work this world off the energy of the devil right now, but in the future, we're going to do it off of God Almighty. That's what the story is. That's what we must do to survive. That's what we must do to reach the world of abundance. And we can actually have a view of the world based on, right now, even in greed hell, but ourselves understanding love and truth in God's world so well. Not the judgmental world you hear, oh, you should be doing this or you're going to hell. No, that stuff don't even exist. That's gameplay. We're talking about the real truths, what you can see, the truths that God places right in front of you. And people often, they get blocked. They're so triggered, even by the word God, because of, all the judgmental stuff that, Christians have unfortunately have done over time. I'm a gay guy. Trust me, I've heard it before. We're at 414.11 right now, still within that area, 413, 413.30, 413.26. We're moving a little bit. And we're just, I'm going to zoom in here on this because why is not this thing updating? 412? It's certainly not what it looks like. Come on, update. What the hell is this thing doing? Oh, it's because we're on a year. Hold on. All right, so there we are. Move in. All right, so now you can see more. See where it is? I think it's a good time to buy in. It's kind of at the bottom of where the other bottoms are. If it breaks down lower than that, then we would be getting near where it went low to the last time, which was 408. And so it's been sitting at these levels. Zoom out a bit. So it kind of went up, peaked up, and now it's just, really consolidating around these levels right here. Earnings is ahead of us, not behind us. It's already climbing back up. We're now at 415. Okay, so that's the story of 415. So that's the story of Moderna. It's going to be doing a lot of that. It's time for lunch for me. Did you eat your lunch yet today, my lovers? So you got the number on there. Feel free to call in. Do not call in from an unknown number or I will reject it. That's just the way I do things. 414.36, because a lot of these unknown numbers are telemarketers. All right, so California says, telling you today, gap up on NASDAQ and SPY tomorrow. I even know what giant well is behind it. Why aren't you calling in, brother? I want to hear what giant well is behind it. I'm a lover. I'm not going to bite you. 30% retracement from peak. For instance, if Moderna hits 450, then within less than a week, we are going to see 330. If you feel these things and you can convince us it's true, why can't we all be together making money together? Just like now when we're on our way up, 415, and we're making money together. Trust me, people who that see me and know that all my knowledge mixed together with whatever your knowledge is, I will then conform in a general consensus for which right now in the last month I have been 100% correct. When we were working on this latest movement, people were doubting because it took one extra day. That's how bad the FUD is out there. It breaks the heart of lovers so quick, and fear sets in, and that's what their market operates on, greed and fear. I don't want to be a part of it. I do love and truth, and then I get the hell out of it and I focus on changing this world. That's my entire life. I don't live in that greed hell world. Yeah, so here comes AMC. Let's see what it's at. It's at $30 and ooh, wow. I'll tell you what though, that'd be a good place to put some calls in right now. That's what I'm going to do. AMC becomes my focus. Just for a second, guys. You already knew I loved it. AMC, let's get there quickly. AMC, there we are. Oh yeah, that's juicy for some calls. Any less than that, that'll be at their current real value. Because of all that money they pocketed. All that loot, and these options are cheap right now. It's the time to get in over there. Let's see. So we'll take some $31, but okay, it's gonna. Oh, I can't do it on this one. I got to do it on the other one. So we'll come over here, go to AMC, look for AMC, options chain, and we're still where we at 30.34. So we're going to go into next week's. Oh, that's nice. They're affordable. Let's see what the week is after that. Oh, that's not too bad either. So week is after that. Oh, wow. Okay, we'll go out to the 27th of August. Let's see after that. These are pretty cheap. We're going to go all the way to September 3rd. And we're going to get on that. We're going to buy 4 of these suckers right now. If it'll go through. The bid and the call is... okay, so we're going to put on here 60, 560. Okay, review. Let's just check that one more time. This is all call. That's right. Okay. Review, send. Let's see what happens on that. It says it's working. Oh, it's filled. Let's go through. Did it fill or did it deny? Oh, it filled. That's great. I picked up some AMC calls, guys. I mean, at 30 bucks, come on. At 30 bucks, it can go down a little further, but I got it out far enough that I think it's safe. What do you think? What do you think, babies? And Moderna's at 414.22. There you go. 415, 416 almost. And that's how you win. Can I get a clap? Yes. 30% retracement from peak. Yeah, I just dropped 2K on AMC. You better believe it, man. 30 bucks. Oh yeah. I want to see that one go through the roof. I want to see them kick butt. We're at 416.08 right now against hedge funds who are destroying the world. You better believe it. And that's what I see, the power in these AMC apes, man. They're so serious. And I know that part of them. So Moderna's at 415.45, and it's wanting to move around a bit. It's getting a little bit energetic. Let's check the volume, shall we? Okay, 53,000 on the last. That's where we're in now. Oh, our volume is picking up right now. That's why we see that. It dropped just a wee bit, and it's picking up right now. And so we're going up. Let's see how far we go up on this latest reach out. It might reach all the way up, right up into 420. Let's see. Reach. Reach for the stars, Moderna. Reach for the stars. You have your happy healer lover behind it. We're wanting it. We're blessing you. Reach for the stars. In the meantime, we're thinking about AMC just because the price got so low. And maybe you jumped on that too. Doesn't it make sense at $30? It's not going to get much lower than that. To ride back up to $40, that's all it does right now. I would like to see it break out and do its thing. But that's why these calls are, once AMC gets moving, just like Moderna, you could have had these Moderna calls so much cheaper if you bought them like 2 weeks ago. Even then it was running. But like at these lulls, like when you find a lull, L-U-L, a lull, where it's such an unhappy place to be. There's so much misery and death and red. There's a lot of red and a lot of blood. Then you get in there, you make your options purchases, and you got them for the cheapest price you can. Pennies on the dollar. You could even look way out into the future, just like we did. That's beautiful. Sad that, I mean, look at AMC. It started at $35, and we're looking at the day chart. We're looking at the day chart. It started at $35, working its way up. What time was this? And then it opened at 9:30 and started this crush down. But I don't think it can get much lower than $30, to be honest. So your happy healer lover got in there with not one, not two, not three, but 4 calls right away. 4 calls for AMC. And we did that at $30 and some change. And that's it. They're long calls, so I don't have to worry too much. They're not expiring tomorrow. Although, you know what? It might even make sense to get a couple for tomorrow. They're so doggone cheap. Let's get back into that sucker. Holy cow. I don't know why we shouldn't do that play. That's an obvious play. They're so cheap. So this AMC will run back to right here. For $1.35, we could have $31 calls. This is at $30 right now. Great time to get in my view. I could be wrong. We're going to grab 3 of these. They're kind of cheap, so it's $441. And we're going to see the bid, the flow. It's one from, no, they're very close to each other. Very good. So we're just going to go ahead and execute this. Make sure everything's good. It's a buy. We got 3 in there. Boom. Damn. Review. Send. Out the door. Learn how to do these executions quick. Pay attention. Make sure it got done. Did it execute? It executed. We are good to go. Okay. Sounds good. Back to work. We are at 416.45. Hallelujah. God, are you with me? Of course you are. All right, I got to grab a drink. And because I live in a van, because I'm a missionary guy, I'm not getting married, so I don't need a great big house. I just need a place where I can do my love and share the truth. Here you go. Here's a view for outside. This is your happy healer lover land. Oh wow, it's starting to rain out there. How about that rain, yo? Why is it looking down? You better look up so people can see. And yeah, there you go. Oh, you want to see Happy Force One way out there in the distance? I don't know if we can see it. Where the hell is... There we go. Oh, someone's pulling up. One of our buddies there. But right beyond that red truck, that's where Happy Force One sits. That's the bus that I bought that will be running our campaign for president. So serious about the future. You know, when you're actually gauged on what's right, you make plans for long term. You don't just make it for next week. And you stick to those plans. You become stronger. You study about those plans. You get better at them. We're at oh guys, Moderna 42202. How about that, suckers? I knew it was going up. I hope you got your calls. I'm making my food, folks. I'm cooking dinner. Okay, I would just stand outside and talk to you while it's cooking. Oh, knocking over my thing, knocking it over. All right, I'm back. So what's happening right now, let's close this up so we can get a better view here, is I'm cooking my food. I got my drink here, yumbity yum dum, and guess what? The price is at $4.24. I hope you're with us, not listening to all that FUD. So now when we get to 4:30 and we're keeping cool minds about it because we're always in control, we're always cool, calm, and collected, not listening to all that FUD and hell. And we get ourselves on over to, and make sure if you haven't already, you like the video, share it, and all that good stuff. Congratulations, you're making money. I'm proud of you. California, are you making money with us, buddy? You better be. And I'm here to give you that courage if you need a little bit more. That's what we work with, courage and love. And that's beautiful, right? So we're going to go higher from here. I feel like I said, we're working, our next level is going to be 4:30. And we're going to have to maybe test these levels. This would be a good time actually to sell and then pick back up if it were to drop. But then again, we're on a high lift, so that would be very, 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 what would you say, like, oh man, that would be a tough thing to sell out from, and then it drops and then you're locked out from getting back in again. But you might be brilliant if you can buy back in at cheaper prices, right? So what I'm going to do is sell half of my holdings, starting with the lowest ones. I'm going to sell my 430 calls, and I'm going to sell my 435, expecting that this thing might drop a little bit. And if it doesn't, then I get held back behind. But I'm going to start with the 430 calls. And goodbye to you 430 calls. Let's go. What are the price differences? They're close, not that close. It's raising still, so I'm not in that hurry to get rid of it, but it could turn in a moment. Let's see, so we're not going to play that game. We're just going to go, we're going to do it a market order. We're going to get rid of 2, so we're at 18 to 1850. I like that. That's fine. All right, go. All right, so we got rid of those smaller ones. Very, very profitable. Very, very profitable. And then now what we're going to do is do the same thing for these ones. And it's still going up. That's a beautiful thing. Trust me, I'm not rooting for this thing to go down. In fact, I might slow down a little bit here on these next ones. 424.61, we're going up to 4. All right, I'm going to go into it. I'm going to go into it still because we're heading for 430. That's the goal, 430. So we got 2 here. This is going to be this bid, and the ask is separated by from $16.20 to $17. That's not too bad. All right, so we'll go ahead and keep that open. All right, we're going to execute it. Boom. We're out on that one. Again, it could go right back up, but now we're looking for our entries. Oh, it's going down. Let me go ahead and get rid of this one too. All right, we're going to get rid of all of them and then come back in. Wait, hold on. This is, see, it crouches to jump. Now we're already almost at 426. This is a risky game I'm playing right here. This is what the rich do. But I think it might happen because there's only at one string up. So I'm trying to be decisive and think in a moment when it matters. And just follow along. Try to follow along if you can so you can see what's happening. Things move fast. They move so fast. Okay, so with this one, we're going to go ahead and close it out also. We're at 425, and we'll seek to get back in a little bit, lower, so you can kind of see how that works. All right, so we're in at 473. 25, I'm talking quick, 325.73, 425.73. You get what I'm saying. All right, so we're out of all of our positions except for the AMC position we got into, which, by the way, is up. And on the day we're up for 6,000, but we're going to go ahead and seek to get back in on Moderna now when it comes down a little bit. Let's go ahead and look at the action on Moderna. This is where we had went, and by the way, this is one big climb up. Get over, wrong way, get back to the chart. This is not easy to navigate on this chart sometimes. Okay, so it can continue going up, totally possible. So if you didn't sell out, good for you. We do work on courage and love, very easy for us. However, you could totally tell that there it is, 426. I might be wrong and I'll have to get back in at a higher level, but I'm suspecting at some point it will drop to levels that'll be better for me. So we'll see how worse off that I calculated that. It looks like it's going to go, it looks like it's on a roll. It looks like I might have made a mistake. It looks like that. We'll see what happens together. I wish I would have sold at this rate. It's not that far. Oh, there we are. This is where I sold basically at this rate right here, 425. Now we're going, so we might, there we get, we're starting to look down a little bit. So let's say we get down to 420, I get back in, that's a home run. That's what the people who don't have the limitations of pattern day trading rules can do as much as they like. There we go, 423, just like I suspected. Okay, so I do have a good name on this. I'm gonna go grab my food real quick. Hopefully I don't miss out too much while I'm grabbing. I gotta shake up my food, put some salt, different things. So keep it alive while I'm done. I'll be right back. It's going down, 423. We'll see what happens. It might be crouching to jump.
Howdy.
Hey, hey, hey. I'm live on that Moderna and helping people make some money on that sucker. Do you hear me in there? And then trying to do my best. You want a drink? Help yourself, kid.
Freezer or refrigerator?
Fridge. Just move that. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh no, both of those are yours. You got two?
No, I only got one.
No, you got two.
You want one?
No, I got one inside. I thought you grabbed yourself two.
No.
Okay, you're good. Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. In there. This rain just started coming down, huh? Okay. This rain just started coming down, lovers. And now it's in for its second play. And yada 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 canada. Yada 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 canada. You know what that means? I have no clue until I look at this stock price. I gotta eat. I can't just not eat. Jeez. 421, just like I thought. Okay. When it looks like it's coming back up a little bit, we'll go ahead and seek to get back in here and grab a few more of these suckers. Okay, let's see what we got here. We're at 420. 420, looking straight. So let's go ahead and get back into the buy section. And let's go ahead and move on over to Moderna because we want to be on when we get to 4:30. And so we'll go ahead and look at some higher levels than this, but definitely for this week. So let's look at that. Let's go ahead and jump into the later week. Let's knock this down right now so we don't make no mistakes. Let's look into about 450. Yeah, about 450. Those are selling right now for a pretty penny, but I think it's a good call. Let's get into it before it's too late. 980 to 1035. Let's try and get in for $10 even for 2 calls. Go, 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 go. Okay. Let's check if those are they're out. Let's check if they're in the pocket. They're in the pocket. Okay, next move. Before it moves too much, it's going to be coming up now. Let's get back in. Let's this time move to 460. Drop this down to 2. Come up here, 460. Okay, done. This is all for buying for 2. Price is up, going to get in the center of that. Let's go 785. Okay, it's moving quick. Let's go 795. Ah, shit. Let's go 7.95. It might be out of that limit already. And go. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Okay, let's see. It's working, and it's out. Are we sitting on it? We're sitting on it. Are we sitting on it? It was rejected. We're not sitting on it. It was rejected. Okay, let's see what happened and why. Okay, let's see what happened and why. 460, it was rejected. Let's go to our rejected orders. Order canceled? Check. Yep, that's the one. It was rejected. Okay, go to all. Nope. Cancel out. Go to positions. Go to first account. All right, 1483. Second account. Okay, that's where we'll make our purchase. Here, jump back in. Where's the current price? 420. Okay, we're okay. And take this to 2. 2. Jump into the price range. 460. 460. Done. Okay, look at the amount, quantity. Make sure it's a buy, not a sell. Buy, mid-price. Mid-price. They're closed at this point. Go for $8 on the dot. Done. Send. Review. Send. Now, check for the working orders. Is it out? Was it canceled? Positions. Open. We're in. Go back. Review all accounts. Check, check, and check. We're sitting on 4 contracts. Now we're ready for the price to move. Moderna currently sitting at $421.65. AMC, $30.56. Let's go. Okay, folks, you've seen how that worked. And I got to go get my food. Okay, so that got knocked out. Sorry about that. I do have my food in front of me though. And we're back online where you can hear me. You've seen some moves I made. I thought you could hear me the whole time. I don't know if you could or not now that I seen that was unplugged. And that sucks. Look what I have with my lunch. Nice little fruit cup. We're at 420.40. Still opportunities for those of you who want to jump in. Coming down a little bit. Coming down. I'm sitting on 4 of these calls, 4 of these suckers. All in all, we're up 6K for the day. Not bad. Now we're at 420. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this. So let's zoom out here. We're kind of looking up on it. It needs to crouch to jump. Crouch to jump. Remember, it came up from all the way down there. Let's remind ourselves. 413-ish. Jumped all the way up here. 425-ish. And then if you followed me, we sold right there. Because I knew. I have a sense for this stuff. And that's why, by the way, we'll be doing these courses. You pay $50 a week, and you can actually witness everything I do in the moment. And if you like my style, and you think you can learn from it, and that it can help propel you, then, well, you make your own choices, right? That's what we all do. At the end of the day, it's what we all do. 421.13, and I feel good about things. We are currently over 6K up for the day. And that's just that on that account. Let's get back over here. You know, and I think it's wise always to have multiple accounts, because you can totally get screwed out for some reason on one account, and the other account gives you the opportunity to move in that way. So our next movement is we're headed towards 430. First, we have to maybe do a little consolidation. That's why I like it when it moves up like this, like that ladder movement. I really like that. Today, it's in a really rambunctious mode. But also that rambunctious mode can carry it right to 450, where we want it to be at. Remember, we cash out of deeps. We get in it deep, we make profit, we cash out of that, we get back in lighter. Now we're lighter, now we can move. And if we lose a little bit, it's not as bad, right? Right? So we're at 420.60. 421. We're in very beautiful places. Remember, winning is not just about seeing price movement. Winning is about your action, about how you apply your betting strategy, your betting strategy. What else would you call it? An investment? Give me a break. You want to invest, buy the stock and sit on it for a long time. It's going up. Now, is this like the casino? Not really. The odds are much better because you got a clue on it. I mean, I've seen a lot of progress. I have about a $50,000 education on how to do options well and to learn all the ways, because I've lost by not doing these things. So I've learned. And when I watch other people do it, they don't have the same education I have because they got educated by other people who don't know this stuff. They just read the books or whatever. Usually when I learn, I dive head in. I take whatever cuts I get, but then I'm a SME on it when I come out. I get it. I know what's going on now. You know what I mean? Let me ask you, when I sold, I'm looking at comments here, when I sold at 425, did anybody else look at that and also decide to sell? Leave me a comment. I'm interested in that. I mean, these are your choices. But at that moment, did you sell and then pick back up in? Or were you blocked by the pattern day trade rule and you can't move because you're looking to get to that 430 where we're all ultimately headed, and that if you had sold, you couldn't get back in then, and it would cut your wins, which you weren't ready to do yet for the day? Tell me if that was your story. Interested to know. That day trading rule is a real bad thing for good people. All right, I'm looking at some comments here. How do you feel about tomorrow? We're good for holding overnight. That's a very personal question. I think it could be absolutely amazing for you that we can go into levels as high as 500 tomorrow, or we can have a bit of a retracement like, California Man was talking about, or we can, just kind of consolidate around that area and not do too much, or we can have a drop. And, by a bunch of FUD, a bunch of people out there who aren't looking at the facts, their bad energy just becomes too much, and it can have a bit of a drop. But let's say, that's why I say when you buy this stock, that's really an investment, because it has time to come back, and you're not, stressed by not having enough time. Which options, it's taking your time away. Time is no longer you don't have time as a luxury. So that's what you're trading when you're doing options, but you make a lot more profit on the movement. Right now we're at 419.70. Just keeping an eye on that. 420.35. And like I said, I told you from a moment ago at 425. I said I think this thing still needs to consolidate around 420. So I got out, right? But also I said it could go straight to 430 at this point. Yes, it could. And you can't blame me if you jump out at 425 and it goes to 430. At the same point, you can't blame me if you stay in hoping to get to 430 and have watched me get out, because ultimately I felt that's what it was going to do. And I've been pretty right on with Moderna's movements, actually. I'm humble about that, but have some jackasses running around make you have to get a little bit more intense. You know what I mean? It's at 417 right now. It's just consolidating around that 420 level. And again, because of let me show you what my other sign looks like. Because we took effort to change things around, all that movement back down to 417, even though we got back in, we were at 6,000, we're still at 5,600. In other words, that down movement, because we restructured things, wasn't that painful. And I told you we were looking to restructure things once that bump happened. The bump happened, and I restructured things. We're at 416, consolidating around that 420 level, and we're still having an upward momentum. If that were to change, I would tell you. I know these guys on Webull must be jumping up and down. Let's say the Bears. You know what? The stock is up in 2 days, $80. On the day, it's up $30, and you're going to be jumping up and down because we went down 7. Give me a break. These guys jump on anything and try to steal the moment. We're back at 418. All right. Yummy. Very, very handy. These water. I keep clean. I'm a clean dude. Just because I live in a van? No. I keep nice and clean. Gotta be clean. All right. We're at 416. Time for my fruit. $4.15. And you can still see there, it's 53. It still moves. It moves in its own way. And I could, I'm looking at the energies. I'm gauging everything in my mind. I'm considering the time And I haven't seen the other stocks. I'd like to take a real quick look once I'm done here at these other stocks, the ones that we look at to gauge the market. Maybe California dude can go give us an update on that. Oh, there you go. He wants to buy back in, but he has no more day trades left. Well, make sure you call in, man. Call in to your senator and to the people so that they know what the hell's going on. I mean, it's so wrong. I would buy in anyway, or have another account. Open up another account, and then you can buy in under that account and do a wire transfer in, and then your problem's solved for right now. Always think for right now. Don't be lazy what you got to do for right now. Be assertive in life. I see so many people, they're so lazy in life. Be assertive, my goodness. So many people that are just lazy. They're waiting for someone to tell them. They don't want to act. They're not decisive. You can't be like that, especially in the market. You have these lovers and brothers who are supposed to help all of us go up and build a great new world of abundance, trying to cut you out of your money like Meet Kevin does and teaches. I'm not for it, obviously. I'm not a big fan of greed. I know what it's done to our world. All right, let's look. So, looks like my AMC, my AMC is going okay for now. Both my day action and my longer calls. My day action is only 3 and costs a lot less and is about a little over half of my profit than what my longer calls are. But I suspect that'll go up. Moderna is doing just well. On Moderna, we are doing great. Nothing else to say about that. These are 2 different accounts, and so we had just bought those. So we're 430 down on those, but they get made. I mean, they go all over the place. You can't be emotional about money when you're doing this stuff, honestly. You get nowhere doing it. Yeah, I'm just holding. If I was a buyer, I'd be buying right now. Not a bad time. 425 was a risky time. 415, that don't feel risky to me. And we restructured. If we didn't restructure, do you realize we'd be down like another 2,000 right now? Yeah. Because instead of being 5,000 up, we're around 3,000 up at that range, 3,500. So we would have lost another $2,000 if we didn't make those actions. But instead, we're up 5,200 right now, and the price is at 413 because we did restructure. Yeah, these are all really good prices. You could either panic and want to sell what you do have at 413, or unbelievable. Considering the day we're headed, right? I mean, have a little more confidence. Or, you can buy even, or you could just sit. You could buying could be a pretty good option, actually. Because let's say you bought in at 420. Well, when you get to 413, that hurts your 420 bet. But if you buy in at 413 also, now when you get back to 420, you're already up on both, on everything. You're pretty much up at that point. So, that's how you gotta think. I don't know. We'll look around. Let's look around. Maybe we'll find something worth getting in Moderna right now while the price is low. 412.76. What can we get? Where and how far can we go? We're not gonna go that far. We'll just look at one. And Something like that. All right, let's do it before it moves too quick. 11:25, 11:70. I think that's good. Let's go to market. Let's execute. Execute now. Execute. Okay. Let's see what we got. Not bad. The spread wasn't wide enough to be worried about limit orders. Not when things are moving as quick as they are. I mean, you could be limit ordering between something that's got $1 spread, and so you're looking at, let's say, it could be either $413 to $414, and you're looking at it in between. Well, that's not exactly how it goes. Let's say $13 to $14, and in between it's like $13.50. You figure you can get it executed for $13.50. Well, while you're working it out to get executed, it might have moved to $14, and now everything's changed. Now it's $14 and $15. And had you just between the previous level did a market order, you would be making profit. So, I mean, as quick as it's moving, you have to be careful. Market orders can sometimes be the best way to go. See, it's already at 414, and I'm just talking. And that trade became profitable because I was able to move in such a decisive manner. And then things change quick, and we'll see how it goes. And we're here all together to experience it. And so I have a little bit more available to keep, making some movements. That's what I try and keep. So we're at 417 right now. All right, that's good. That's good action. My 430 call is picking up some steam now at 414. And it's up $75 at $415. So there you go. That gives you an idea on if you buy in at that particular level. Right now, time is 1 p.m. the day before earnings on a Wednesday, midweek. This is about as mid as it gets as so far as options are concerned. These options expire on Friday. Every single moment at this point, they're losing theta value. The value comprises, I'll just say it in point blank terms, you have time, that's a value, and you have volatility, that is a value. When the volatility becomes greater, that value becomes greater. When the time becomes less, that value becomes lower. When the volatility becomes less, that becomes lower. And so these all determine the overall price of these options. Right now they're more expensive, but should any of those pictures change, and time is always changing, then those calls lose value as they go. Or they gain value, and how do they do that? Well, your advantage and your edge in this case is when the stock starts sky leaping, and now you're on hold for 100 shares of Moderna, and you paid for it by paying per share, let's say $13, which amounts to $1,300 per share for 100 shares. That gives you not the shares themselves. That would cost way too much. That'd be like $400 and something per share. But that gives you the right to the profit those shares make from the strike price, and based on all those variances that I just told you, which is a market phenomena where they just between each other determine that price, and you make money. You make money when you choose the right options. Now, you could choose the wrong options and lose a lot of money. I've done it before. You have to be very cognizant of these values as they change. And that's why it's not just good enough to know where the price is headed, but you actually also have to know where these other markers are in relation to that. It gives you insight to look at where other stocks that trade and are coupled to this stock in some ways that help give you insight. Those things help make good judgment calls. But ultimately speaking, get in at the right levels, be decisive, and I think you'll be happy about the outcome. So right now we're sitting on 2, 3, 4, 5. We're sitting on 5 contracts under Moderna, and we're sitting on 7 with AMC. And I'm just looking at that AMC one where it expires this week, and I'm thinking to myself, my goodness, I want to see some action today, and I think we will, where that will gain value before the end of the day. If not, then it would lose more value because, it was cheap to start with, so I'm okay, but time is just kind of running out a bit. And that's all. We're at 413.61 on Moderna. So it's just, and this is healthy. People, all people, far and wide. They were saying at 426, it's diving. By now it should be in 300 something, 330, 380, 390. It's not there. It's stopped. It's consolidating. It's healthy. All right, so just keeping a good eye on this stuff. And we shouldn't become too much lower. And because I'm actually a winner to a large degree for today, I'm not going to allow myself to become a loser at this point. So it's very strategic when you start seeing things. If anything, if you're uncomfortable with it, maybe the day's just run long enough. It's 1 p.m. I'm very much like that. I think in the energies, and I say, you know what? It had its time. I'm out. I'm done, and just step out and walk away. And that's totally okay to do that. And I have a lot of faith in this, but we'll see what happens. We have a lot of, that's what in the world of God's love, when I'm president, hopefully that'll happen for all of us. I don't need it to, but I think we all do, in terms of all of us. But, if I change one person's heart or happiness, that's good enough for me. And in the quest of that, though, thinking of the market, it won't be all of these ugly characters trying to break down the future development and world of abundance that America can put out. Instead, they would help. I mean, they're destroying money. My money says down. No, my money says up. And this money's just being destroyed in the process of determining price action. Why aren't they on the price of going up? We build our companies and build our country. Why are we destroying wealth? The Moderna's at 413.73. You know what I mean? Honestly, I'd abolish short selling. Done. Out of the picture. No more short selling. All these other crooked things, get them the hell out of there. We don't need crooked people, crooked assholes, crooked ideas, crooked rules against regular people. I would institute an income for all. Besides, if I got into office, it would be with an overwhelming majority with a united country, because that's what I work for. I don't work for, I'm on my side, to hell with you. No. So when we get in there, it'd be very strong with a mandate. And with that mandate, we would do this stuff. We would institute an income for all. Not institute, get it done. It would feel like institute, because it'd be fast. It's the right thing to do. Institute an income for all that's paid through the market, and develop a fair way to do that. And that people would be intimately involved, all people, with the market. That people would be taught that the market goes up. That's the direction the market goes in. We're building this country, the world of abundance, and we trust our markets to do that. But we're not using these crooked rich bastards trying to break down America's wealth as they enrich themselves and cost us progress. Sorry, I knew you wanted to be rich on our back, but go to hell. The price of Moderna right now is $414.90. Am I right or am I right? I mean, come on, you tell me, which one is it? Here's the choices today. Am I right? That's the first choice. And the second choice is, or am I right? Well, you could go this way. The first choice is, are they wrong? And the second choice is, or am I right? I mean, it works too. Who are those guys every day? They back AMC. The first thing they say, hey, my greedy little guys out there. How's all my greedy I'm like, I can't listen to this guy. He's calling me greedy, the devil's energy. Oh, we're all so greedy. Let's go win us greedy little pricks. I'm like, I need to get out of here quick. You know who I'm talking about, right? He's a good guy, but that greed shit, man. They teach about that. That's not going to help anybody. 416. And that greed and shit and fear, that's what everyone's thinking on. You want to have a real vision that's different from everyone else? Think with love and truth, the God's honest truth. Think with courage and care. Move decisively. Be an action progressor. Don't be one of these fools in the back listening to, hey, my greedy little bastards. How are my greedy little bastards? And they're all, yeah, we're greedy. Yeah, we're doing. Get the fuck out of here. 417.05. Yeah, and I'm sorry, Conda, I know how that goes. I think we'll be breaking past 420, and when we do, we would have already had been there. We would have already had been consolidated, and then we're moving on to 430, which just feels like a wonderful thing, and I really just feel it's going to happen. So there's no reason for me to sell out. I restructured everything around. If we bust through and we get to 425 this time, I'd be very reluctant to sell my calls, because we had already been there. I suspect that this next push will push us straight to 430, at which point I might sell everything again and then get in with what I can for the push to 450. But, you know, I promised to everybody, I said, let's get to 430-ish and 450, I kind of suspect. But we got a lot of energies out there. We can't just be foolish about it. That's why we do things to protect our bets as we go. 416.35. I know everything I say is about Moderna, and everything on the chat's talking about, are you a happy healer ape? Join the apes. It's funny. I do love those suckers. They got the right idea, but some of them are going after that greedy bastard way. Those greedy people, oh, hey, welcome, my greedy yada yada. The blonde-headed dude, there's two of them, two dudes, I don't know. Maybe you could tell me in the comments. But these guys, oh, greedy. I mean, how can you watch that for any length of time? Right, so we're at 416, came back up, we're at 5,300. Let's say we got scared and we sold out, you know, we could have lost $1,000 right there. But, you know, that, and I told you at 412, 411, I said you could look at things right now, say, hey, the grand picture is beautiful. Why would I even push beyond this? I'm happy with this. I could potentially be very sad if things go the wrong way. I'm done. And you know what? I don't fault you for that. That's what you need to do. You need to listen to your feelings so later on you don't regret them. When you know you can take an action, you know what? I won't regret not having made another $5,000 or another $3,000 or whatever, but I will regret having lost what I've already come this far with. And so, you know, that's respectable. I could totally understand that. This stock, to be honest, is having a little bit of trouble getting past a 420 and staying there in the short term. Right now we're at 112. Times are good. Everything in the market, it's looking good. Can it change? Sure. It's the market, and it's running in the world of greed hell. These guys use greed and fear. I mean, that makes things so much harder to gauge. But with a happy healer lover heart, you can really see things. And so, you know, I do see things and I act. But I know the difference. I know the difference, and I know how awful this everything in greed hell is. Love, just like I said, love is so crappy. People marry each other over money instead of real care and vision and fate and things they want to accomplish for their lives and experiences. You know, it's totally all underhanded crap, and I'm just not for it. You know, I'm totally not for it. I'm for the bright world, not that evil hell. We're at 416.90. I make willing sacrifices so that I can do good work for you because I love you. It's 418.31. Let's move to the chart. Come on, chart, wake up. It's up. Are you awake? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's... There we go. Okay. So we did all that testing. Let's zoom out a bit. There we are. That's it. That's what we did. I think that's great. And remember I told you earlier, I said you will be tested. You will be tested. If you want to go to the top, and I mean the tippy top, you will be tested to get there. Me too. Let's see what comments are saying. Oh, it's going down the happy hill or left. Oh, look at it. I wonder what this is going to do after earnings. From what I see, there is quite a bearish divergence going on. Could fly to 500 or could go to 300. One thing you have to realize, though, it's at 418.46 right now, and when people, they believe like there is this bear divergence, that people are retarded, and when these consolidation areas happen, all of that's worked out, tumbled and whatever, taken into consideration. The math is done. These short sellers are invested. They have $1 million saying it's going down, and they put it on there, and they sell shorts. They short sell shares they do not even own, and maybe that don't even exist in some cases, as we've learned. Price now is at 418, and then as the price actually consolidates, these short sellers are proved wrong, and that then the price goes up to 425 and then 430. These short sellers become then new buyers, and the price starts to do a short squeeze, and then it pushes up to 440, and then becomes, because all of us with these big fat option calls, brings on a gamma squeeze, and then that brings it on up to places like 500. So sure, yeah, definitely, totally in the works, all for today. And it's only 1:15, so it's totally possible. All of that's possible. And tomorrow, like this gentleman was talking about, after earnings, it could then still be possible. I think earnings is only going to confirm that which we know, the things that we're already trading on. There's nothing that Moderna is going to say that's going to shock us that much, unless it's bad. And I don't suspect anything bad. And so, therefore, there is the best expectations, and I think they'll exceed them, and also offer a lot of education, which will go the distance with Moderna. Because people right now look at Moderna as being the vaccine stock. Sure, it's great. It beat the hell out of the vaccine. But it's so much more than that. And that's what they'll talk about tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to it, and I think tomorrow has a chance to go up to 500. And today I'm hoping to see 430. Right now we're trading at 417.30. We've been consolidating, and like our good friend here just said, we do have a bear divergence. Bull pennant pattern about to explode. Bye. Agreed. We'll give him a thumbs up. Ba-boom shebang. True that. And we're at 420. Just like that. Just looked away, look back. 420. Bam. Just like that. You see what I mean? Here we are, baby. We are alive. Let's glance at our profit. It always looks good to glance at the profit. We're almost at $6,000. And yada Canada. Do you like a yada Canada? And AMC isn't doing much for us at the moment. $30. But it ain't going to go much lower. That's the good thing. And because you bought, well, if you did like me, you got them out for a month and a half, you know we're going to be good at some point there. And that's like buying 400 shares. 400 shares of Moderna would be 3,000, 3 times 4 is 6. That'd be $12,000. You don't want to do that. So, you just buy the right to the profit of 400 shares. And that's what options are for an amount of time. And if it goes well, you make a lot of money. Okay, now Moderna is at 421. It feels confident in the levels that it had already passed. And you could see at the bottom there where I picked up those original calls, and I bought those around that 420 mark because we got up to 425. And I didn't wait until it got down to 412 to pick back up. I'm very bullish in that way. However, when it did get down to 412, I picked up others because I knew that, well, if you get it here, you get it there too. Like I said, then by the time you get back here, even more profitable. Remember, having a strategy for being able to be profitable is so important when dealing with options, acting decisively, getting in and both out when you intend to, so you're not riding trains bad in a bad way. I mean, it's nothing worse than losing on options in ways you never intended to lose in the first place. We're at 421.38. And just, I'll say this right now again, if you're doing very well and you're feeling very healthy in your movements, and if you want to call in, the number's on the screen, and you think that it's time to call it a day, you've had your fill, then your happy healer lover backs you. I'm going to 430 at least. I'm going to try for it. I have that feeling that it's going there. I mean, with all the knowledge that I have. The bear divergence is there, but again, that works to our favor. So in other words, the more we go up, the more we're likely to go up because of all these guys that are around diverging, this bear divergence. And let's say that's a strong force, and it's realizing its value. So many other things that are going on that these bears they just do not appreciate. You know, if they didn't get in there and do short selling, it would have moved up earlier and sooner. But instead of moving up earlier and sooner, instead it moves up later and aggressively. And that's what happens. And they're caught up in huge losses by that point. And it's like throwing money away, because we would have gone there eventually. We would have gone there naturally. But instead we go there all of a suddenly and at once and at the end. That's bad movements. That's the kind of stuff you see in greed hell. No, we needed to have steady progress that people can count on. Let's say I'm right. Greed hell's an awful place. We got to do better. I mean, stop thinking about, oh, this is my money. I'm a middle-aged person. I have my children. Then I put them to college. Yeah, all that stuff matters. But what about the deeper elements? I mean, good gosh, this stuff will blind us if we don't get out of it. And the bigger things that are killing us will kill us fast, and it won't care about all your previous plans. We're at 420.86, 421, 422, 423, 424. Wouldn't that be nice? That's how it should go. You're looking at the price. Let's not be fooled. Come on, it's just a little joke. It is at 421. That's what Kevin does. He's so stupid on the channel. He likes to pretend he's smart. That's where he goes wrong. He doesn't have humility. He doubles down on things where he's wrong. And he sits there and he's like, oh, what do we got here? We got a call. Hello, it's Keith. I can help you. Pretty good. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm Landy, Mantix. I'm surprised you got that in there. That's right. That's the Landy Mantix brands of passions. And so, like, I have all these... Huh? Yeah, it's like the Landy Mantix brands of passions. There's a bunch under there. Everything... Yeah, this is Keith. Yeah, your happy healer lover. Okay. Alright. Yep. Alright, my brother. Oh, dude, that's what I need help with. I need help with that. Yeah, let's do it. Right, I'm on board.
You have a bathroom for your guests.
Right.
You don't want nobody near your toothbrush. You want to have your own private thing, and it should be to the way back, so people don't have to go through yours to get to theirs.
Right.
I got you, bro. I already designed one. See, I want a bus too. I'm trying to figure out how to get one of them buses for myself.
Oh, dude, I can help you get a good price on it. That's all my world. You know that.
I'll help you, man. You help me get a bus, man. I really don't have a lot of money, but I got all kinds of skills, all kinds of material, and I can make it happen for you.
That's right. Okay.
I will have money again. I'm just letting you know this court. Listen, I'm programming your number right now.
All right.
And I look forward to checking with you real soon. I want to see your drone.
All right, brother.
Come over to the house and show me how the drone works, so we can take off and fly over the church.
That's one of the Landy Mantix passions.
I'll come pick you up on the golf cart and we'll go to my house.
That'll be cool, brother.
Okay, you know what? In the next day or so, we'll show up.
All right.
Okay. All right, brother. I'll see you soon.
All right, bye. I'll tell you what, I've got a magnetic personality where people, they like to be my friend because I love and they feel safe around me, and I have a lot of passions. I know about a lot of things. I study sciences. That's what I spread in my world since I was 20 years old as an entrepreneur. I worked at a Boston market since I was like 15, 16 for minimum wage. I worked my way through all that stuff, made progress. By the time I was 22, I started my own business. It was a charter bus company. I was specializing in doing tours to Biloxi from Florida, Central Florida, and it was going very well. But what I noticed is the price for the bus was pretty expensive, so I bought my own bus. So essentially, I became a bus company at that point. All of this happened in 2003. And now we're in 2021. Since then, I've done so many big things. Back in 2009 in Hurricane Ike, I provided 380 buses for the state of Texas. That was a $5 million contract. I mean, all kinds of big things. And what I've learned through all this is greed hell is really destroying humanity. And then you see people on the small side, they're looking to break up and do big things. And I say, no, stop. It's all greed and hell up there. It's all devils and shit. We need to do a different kind of world. All right, going to 420, and I have a show tonight, and that's very important to me. It's going on for American Mantics. It's only 1 hour, and this is where I'm teaching people, and I have a large following there. And I'm teaching people about being better human beings. I air that. It goes on 30 different channels, but I also air that here at Moderna because ModernaExcels is in the market, and it's important for people that are in the market so into that greed mind that they need this help. And my God, put down your barriers. You'll make more money on the market for knowing the things that I teach. You don't want to be a greedy bastard. Get out of that mind frame. Like that guy says, he's ruining the 8 movement. That's not what the natural movement is. It's about love and courage and taking power back from the brokers, power brokers, and rich people who are trying to destroy us for profit. That's what it was about. And this guy, hello, my greedy bastards. You know who he is. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit exhausted because I have to get to that American Mantics. And I'm thinking about just closing up shop. I did pretty well here, and just kind of being a spectator from here on through till earnings, because I just got so many other things I got to do that are important to the laws of God and man, and it's taking a while. It's 1:30. I was hoping to be passed in a strong way at this 420 mark, and it doesn't mean that it's bad. It's still in a bull's range. It's still working for bulls. But, I'm very concerned about what other things I have going on today as well. And I'm happy with my winnings. I'm very happy with the outcome so far. Yep, I'm out. I'm gonna start selling some of these because I don't want to get caught in and then be here till 4 o'clock. I'm sorry, folks. I got to do other things for love. Is it out? Is it working? It's working. Son of a bitch. Let it work while I look at another one. This one. It's at 417. Okay, let's see. It's 1350. I think we're just going to market this one out. Go. It's probably coming back up right now, but I'm stepping out. I'm not bearish on Moderna as I step out, by the way. And I'm staying in AMC. Well, yeah, I'm staying in AMC for a bit. Let's see. So this Moderna here. I know some of these I'm taking a little loss on, but it's okay. I'm out. Might be smart to get some longer calls, but I'm not. I'm just gonna focus on the other goals. I got to build a campaign. But this guy I just spoke to, that's like energy. I listen to the energies, not just in the stocks, but in all things. That guy, we're building a campaign bus for the president. There's other things going on. It's not all about this greed. And by the way, when you get so focused on it, that's when your mind does get ruined, and then you're in that mind, and then it's hard to get out. All right, so we're still sitting with this one here. I guess it's I don't know. Let's see what's happening. close. We're just going to move it to market and be the hell done with it. That's what's good about those market orders. I don't know, is it not going? Is this one I have sitting over there? Yeah, I think so. We got 2 workers. What's going on here? Let's see my positions. This is really confusing. This is very confusing. Orders. Okay, there it is. So this one's working still. Cancel, replace. We're going to move this to market because I'm tired of looking at it. I'm out, folks. I'm out. I did well. You did well, too, if you're with me. You could stay in if you like. I think you'll do well if you do. And I'll congratulate you and I'll root for you. I'm out of everything here. I could still come back in. I have a little money to play with that I didn't touch. But I'm out. I'm focused on God's good work. And so I love you guys. This has been a long cast. I showed you from buy in to buy out. You've seen it all. We profited $6,500 today, $55 on one, $1,500 on the other, $7,000. $7,000 today is our up. I mean, is that not good enough? Sure. If you can go to 20 or 30 grand, go there. But that's good enough. I love you. You're great. We're all happy healer lovers. I'll see you at Moderna. Anything you guys want to say before I go? Any questions? Yada, yada, yada. Let's see. I own a cleaning business. Any help you can provide as far as accounts? We are fairly a small company, about 1 million yearly revenue, but I'm looking to excel, man. I'm into real estate investing and also, okay, yeah, see, we can get together on this stuff. I have a keen eye for it, very successful in all those things. I had a drug addiction back in 2010, almost nearly killed me. That's because it's the gift of what greed hell gives us. This is where I get my insights from. It all matters. And, you know what, that gives me a lot of insight. But, I still very, very good with my business, built up from one bus, year over year sales growth patterns, just a profitable company, and just a straight, sane, secure, and prudent view of material wealth, business, running operations, goals, mission statements, and actually meeting that stuff. Integrity is so important. Hard work and dedication and discipline. These are the kinds of things that people in greed hell don't even worry about. They're about fake. If we can fake it to make it, we're there. Yay! But they really have no idea. All right, folks, we'll see you tomorrow. Good night. God bless you. God day. Good afternoon. And what does Jim Carrey says? He says, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.